mic, they gon' play it on repeat. Cash 100 milli check, I get paid just to breathe. Kill it 24/7, cause I slay in my sleep. Flames pipe down when I enter in the convo.
Yikes.
Va. Như vậy thì
Jar Jar Binks was calling him.
Remember now, we're not here to judge anybody. We want to handle this with love, right? You want to tell him how his drug abuse has hurt you, maybe hurt himself. Okay, Harold, what time did you tell him to be here?
5 o'clock, but he's always late.
No, he'll be here. In 3, 2, 1.
Is this a 5 o'clock free crack giveaway?
There you go, folks. Got it, baby. You got it.
Cheers.
That's right. You know what's up. It's pretty good time.
Fuck you, Steve from Bumble. Fuck you.
That's right.
Oh
That's right.
Fuck
That's right.
you, Bumble.
What did Steve from Bumble do?
Joss, what a surprise.
You bumbled her bees.
I dropped that right when you said hello. What does that tell you, huh, hon? I'm just playing, hon. I love you, Joss. What's up? You sexually fucking intense fucking like sexual fucking like grimy fuck motherfucker.
That's a lot of sexual fucking.
Yeah, Joss over here fucking like
sexual
like
fucking.
play with herself and shit all the time.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I fuck her. Let's see her.
I fuck her. Fuck her right in the pussy.
I fuck him. Let's see her tits. I'll do her. Joss is down.
Wait, was I supposed to have a hood on with my glasses for that?
I
don't know.
We are so dope and so close to our fans on such a connective level. We have such connective tissue, just like the MCU over here on the bleeding edge, right? That like even with like our friends and like our fans, our supporters, like we bust balls, right? I love you, Joss. And hey, folks, what's up? What's going on with you? Just really quick before I even like address today's show, I just want to plug Joss and I's band-made bleeding edge reaction that we did. I think we did 3 of them, and they're great. And Jocelyn is a really good friend of mine. She's a traumatic brain injury survivor and a fucking warrior, yo. Like literally, no joke.
Cheers to that.
That's that fucking that like big balls, fucking straight up fucking warrior. Lived in a goddamn hospital for 2.5 years.
Moscato.
Moscato.
Yeah, Jocelyn was in the hospital for 2.5 years, son.
Yeah, I heard.
I mean, can you imagine that shit? Holy fuck.
If the drink called pink pussy, it would just be called pussy, I think.
God bless you, Joss. That you fucking out of that hospital, man. Good for you. You got some serious fucking courage.
Yeah.
You should be somebody's fucking hero, but you're not mine, unfortunately.
Wow.
You're not at Jar Jar Binks' lovey yet, hon. Anyway, so what up? How's it going, folks? You know what I'm saying? You know who it is. It's you know what it be, who it be. We are the MCU'S Bleeding Edge YouTube channel podcast. It's the Sunday edition. Of course, that means that we're late. It's 7:41.
Oh my god, now.
That's okay though, because I'm actually in a different crack time zone, right, than Sally was and John was. So, in order to like schedule our 5 o'clock, our free 5 o'clock giveaway, and do the show, we had to have a little bit of a delay. So, I mean, hey, I have priorities over here. You know what I mean? So. There's crack is a part of our core structure here at the Bleeding Edge. But anyways, John,
sure, I'll have you know I'm sober.
Oh, so what is that supposed to be?
The one who's not come back and drink.
Are you telling me that right now, as in like you're going to be fucked up by the time you get off the show? Is that?
Oh, no, I was saying that I don't do drugs or alcohol.
Oh, okay. I don't either.
Just knocked down to drink.
I don't either, and I'm not playing. Like I don't either. I don't.
Number 2.
No, I don't party.
God.
I haven't been to a party in so damn long. It's been years. I swear. It's been a minute.
I've only been to one party in my adult life, and it was boring as fuck.
Yeah, you know what? I won't lie. There's
The next one.
Oh, shit, I was gonna say, I'm sorry, John. The one thing that I do miss a lot about my ex-girlfriend Alex, from my last actual like real tangible serious relationship, was that like one thing about that is that with her, she did have some friends and whatnot and everything, to where we did go to some parties and shit and whatnot, some big house parties together and whatnot, in Bradenton and Sarasota and all that shit down here in Southwest Florida, and I met some cool people, right? So it was dope.
So,
go ahead,
I
John.
can match that with my energy of my ex-wife. When I was married in the early years, we lived together, and our fridge usually only had alcohol. There was no food or regular beverages.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now.
My family, my uncles had alcohol everywhere. No lemonade,
Also,
no
don't
drinks,
drink
just
liquor.
alcohol.
Okay, hey, well, you know what? I mean, sometimes that's how it's gotta be, baby. What's up?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, look, when I'll tell you right now, when me and my ex-wife split up, we separated and divorced, I drank heavily. I was in like a heavy depressive state for like 2 years. That really fucked me up, right? And I'm a strong man, but that shit fucked me up, man. It did. I never anticipated that my marriage would not work. It never occurred to me. And then this happened. I didn't know what to do. There you go, folks. There's a little actual light emotional moment there from me for once.
Ooh.
Like revealing that I actually do have a soul, right? And I love to death. I still love my ex-wife to death. Shout out to Amanda. She's a good mother and a good friend. And her husband.
I don't know why I'm just slow clapping.
Oh yeah.
You're slow clapping for Jocelyn's. What the fuck?
Yeah.
John, you're good, man. I told you before, bro. We do things. I don't know how other creators do shit. Like, you have to understand. We have more guests. Like, I talk to creators all the time, folks, and it just fucks me up because John, like Sally, like, I don't know how y'all would deal with this yourselves. You tell me. I approach these creators all the time on these social media platforms and whatnot. Anybody who just talks to me on the phone, they come on the show, right? Every fucking time. It's that simple.
Weird.
Talk to me in some way, right? StreamYard, whatever they want to do. I'll do whatever. I'll want anything. I don't care. Skype, Discord, whatever. If that's what they want to do. But either way, if we talk on the phone, we get together. We collaborate.
Timothy.
That's simple.
Sorry.
Yeah, I talk to these creators, right? And I'm respectful and I'm short. I'm very concise. Yeah, and I'm tactful and positive. Yeah, at the same time, I do make it clear with certain ways I say things that who we are, what we do. Before I actually explain it vocally, right? Because I think it's more proper to say it when talking. But John, I don't even know what Josh is talking. Okay, I was about to say when Josh writes a long thing, like a long time, what you might get out of it, man. I was like, oh shit.
I want
Josh even surprises me sometimes. But no, seriously though. But in reality, in all honesty, I love collaborating. It's awesome. Collaboration is the bomb, right? It should be like one of the best parts of being in content creation. For me, anyways, it is. I love people. What's more cool than having big discussions about shit that's dope, right?
Yeah.
And be good ass people.
Tony Stark should be in jail for his crimes against humanity.
I'm serious. It's awesome. Yeah, I mean,
The timing on that was great.
He's dead, but still.
John, because of things that happened to me in the past, that I don't really like to put out that much here on the show and whatnot. I do genuinely appreciate hardcore more than I want to talk about. Really, being in the fandom, the MCU fandom, I genuinely am thankful for it. I really am.
Me too, man.
I am.
Me too.
I feel thankful and blessed, right? And that and that's why it really hurt me and fucked me up when Shield came out and everything and whatnot. And all of a sudden there was actual political left and right bullshit going on for the first time ever since I'd been a fan of the MCU. And I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's
I really, you know what I'm saying? Now, that's what we're gonna do. Come on, and right? I mean, Sally wasn't around at that point, unfortunately. Hiatus, hanging out in a cave or some shit. I don't even know. I didn't talk to her.
I lived in my basement at the time.
Yeah, in your cave playing with her dolls. But
I mean, I do collect dolls. They're there.
No, seriously though. But I lost a guest, John. I actually lost a guest over She-Hulk. And then I lost Alexis Hadia, my top, most longest tenured female guest in the show. I lost her too during the series because of the series. Like if not for Shield, I don't think that any of the events that have occurred where I lost it, and had to like basically say something to her where like I was telling her like bounce, right, in like a polite, respectful way. Basically, it was only because of Shield. Without Shield, she'd still be on the show, right? It's fucked up, man, isn't it? What do you think about that?
A little bit.
So you tell me as a premise for the show. Suppose we're doing a throwback MCU throwback type shit. We're gonna fucking get after it, baby, before John leaves, and that me and Sally are gonna grind. We're gonna watch old trailers. We're gonna fucking fan out and shit and geek out with our cocks out and shit. Except for Sally, who's gonna only get.
I don't have a cock.
No, Sally has 2 cocks.
No, I don't.
Right?
Double-ended cock.
She had that special operation. You have the double dick.
No.
Yep. Double D.
She got the DD.
I mean, I ate chicken for dinner.
That's right,
counts,
DD.
right?
You had
One
chicken
was
for
enough.
dinner?
Yeah.
Hey, one was
that counts.
John, one was enough for Sally, man.
What was that?
One was enough for Sally.
Nope.
Yeah, for sure.
She's a selfish
What the
motherfucker.
hell does block mean?
She's like, what? You want me to pay how much money for one dick?
Johnson asked what kind of dolls. Monster High.
Hey, I got to give you credit, Sally, for the way you negotiated that fucking deal, man. That 2D deal, the DD.
What the fuck?
You know what I'm saying?
The
Way to
only
get that.
DDs
the
would cure
DD.
my boobs.
You are one economically fucking knowledgeable motherfucker to pull out the shit
What?
you did. I'm serious.
How? What? Hey, the only DDs here are my boobs.
You got to have some serious ability. Honestly, do you? Are you secretly the person that actually put together the collaboration of the Predator and the Power Rangers and what kind of Predator? Was it you?
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
I don't know. What the fuck are you talking about?
Until you watch the movie, you won't know.
Okay. Let's watch the
What do
movie.
you mean dolls? What do you mean, Josh? Why are you asking about dolls? What
I said I collect
Sally's
dolls.
collection.
do you even want to know about whatever with Josh? You never know. Like, yeah, I'm just messing with you, Josh. But like,
She's got a Ken doll and a Steve doll and a Dave doll.
I don't even know if I want to know what Josh.
I have Dracula, Frankie, Claudine, AC, Darcy, and Stormy.
See, with Josh, I don't think she's afraid to come on the panel because like her speech is a little bit off because of her her injuries and her TBI.
Yeah.
And like I think she had a stroke too. But I mean, but she's okay. She can talk. I think it's honestly what it is she's afraid of how fucking like grimy and fucking like some of the crazy shit she'd say on the show. I think is that what it is, Josh?
Some pretty crazy shit already today.
Nah, I'm telling you.
I don't know.
Us TBI survivors, when we get impulsive.
Ooh, Jocelyn got them voodoo dolls.
Oh, really?
Oh shit, you have voodoo dolls, Joss? I never figured you for a voodoo doll.
I love voodoo dolls. They're my favorite.
Did you
Don't have any of me, please?
Are you also
It's literally impossible. I don't have any of your DNA.
What is that religion that Ron Hubbard started?
What?
Huh?
Oh,
The one that Tom Cruise was in or whatever? Ron Hubbard.
Movie?
Okay, what movie do I have to watch?
Scientology. Josh, are you a
Scientology?
We don't talk that nastiness around here.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
know.
right. That's right. We only talk
I'll
about.
give this little cookie an hour before we're doing the no pants dance. Time to musk up.
Wow. Never ceases to amaze me. What cologne you gonna go with? London Gentleman or... Wait. No. Hold on. Blackbeard's Delight.
No. She gets a special cologne. It's called Sex Panther by Odeon. It's illegal in 9 countries. Yep. It's made with bits of real panther, so you know it's good.
It's quite pungent.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, it's a formidable scent. It stings the nostrils. In a good way.
Yeah.
Brian, I'm gonna be honest with you. That smells like pure gasoline.
They've done studies, 60% of the time, it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
Well,
Oh, folks. There you go. I'm telling you. I mean, hey, if that was an actual tangible, like in real life, company or whatever that made that shit or whatever, I would definitely try to approach them to be a sponsor. I would.
Oh God, not
John,
sponsored by Manscaped.
Hilarious.
Let's see.
That was the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Josh, what the fuck does that have to do with fucking like voodoo dolls? I mean, seriously, what's up with that? 1997.
I think she was just bringing up voodoo dolls because she has dolls.
Josh is tripping with it. It's got me tripping though because 1997 was essentially like the year for me in high school. It was the best year, like one of the funnest years of my life. 1997. I love that year.
I wasn't even
9.
thought of yet in 1997.
I was 9.
I was not even a thing.
I was 13 and then 14.
I was.
You were a thing. You were just a seed in your mommy's uterus.
That's right.
No, not even that yet.
And I was already dropping.
No, the eggs
if my
are,
parents
the eggs
fucked
are,
on a Tuesday instead of a Wednesday, I wouldn't be here.
Was that the actual day of conception? Was it Tuesday?
No.
Or Wednesday?
And I was already dropping.
That's
I
oddly
don't
specific.
fucking know. I just know I was born on a Wednesday.
Well, at least you're not Solomon Grundy then.
At the moment, the reason that Sally and I are so close to connected is because when the minute Sally was conceived, I actually also impregnated the chick.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Don't you dare.
I'm telling you.
That's awkward.
Get the fuck up.
That's a deep connection.
That's uncomfortable.
Hey, listen. When you got real bits of Panther in there, you know it's good. That's all I can tell you. So listen, Sally, I'll let you pick first. Ladies first. You want to do Avengers Endgame trailer? You want to do Ultron trailer 3? Or do you want to do Marvel's The Avengers trailer?
Wait, Ultron 3?
Ultron trailer 3.
Oh.
If you remember
Avengers.
which one that was. All of the Ultron trailers are great.
The third one.
The third one? All right. We're going to do all of them anyway.
I know.
God, I love the freaking Age of Ultron trailers.
Same.
In fact, at some point, folks, I'm going to do a special, and it's just going to be a straight, like basically an Age of Ultron that focused show or series where I'm just going to basically explain and defend why I think Age of Ultron totally is not give the credit due that it's due. It's a great.
I mean, it's a good movie.
It is. It's awesome.
When it comes to the Avengers, people say yes, he is.
I'm sorry, but like at some point, like I'm a really logical person and whatnot and everything. I just don't even understand certain people that think Age of Ultron is like a joke movie. I'm like, what?
It's not the best in the Avengers franchise, but it is a great movie.
Oh yeah, it's the best one with James Spader.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
James Spader.
I'm telling you, John. I'm sure you would agree with me on this. I know you would. If Marvel Studios was smart, they would bring back Ultron.
I had strings, but now
if there's
I'm
one film
free.
they should bring back and whatnot and everything, it would be Ultron.
There are no strings.
You could do it easily. It'd be easy to do. They would need to set up any crazy shit. They wouldn't have to have like a fucking like Special Olympics version of MODOK.
Nope. It was hiding in the internet, and then adamantium came.
That's it. It's all that's there he is. Bam, there's Ultron. Except now he's like a quasi like super Ultron, like from What If.
He's formidable. Just say it. Now he's formidable.
Yeah, now he's like Ultron, like the real Ultron from the comics. That Ultron.
Ultron?
The one from What If?
The one that can I'm not talking about the gauntlet and the stones. I'm talking about like the
Ultron Infinite.
Yeah, yes, the Ultron that can like just destroy entire shit like Avengers teams and shit. That Ultron, motherfucker's a badass motherfucker.
Let's watch this trailer.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Or you know what? We could just stare at the green screen right there instead.
Okay.
It would have been a much better trailer if it was a red trailer instead of.
You were made
echo cancellation button
to be ruled.
The MCU'S original daddy.
Tom Hiddleston, man.
He's 6 years old.
Hey, listen, I'm an SMW and our SWM, whatever the hell it is. Yeah, SWM, and I think
there is a very big echo.
Is there?
There was an idea to bring together.
I know why.
We can hear.
Remarkable people.
Sorry.
And how's now?
So when we needed
much better,
they could fight the battles that we never could. Gentlemen, what are you prepared?
back when Marvel Studios wasn't dropping like that was like unbelievable.
No offense, but I don't play well with others.
Big man in a suit of armor. Take that away. What
Who and what are you?
Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist.
He hesitated.
Now, what I would do is go back and fucking time and be able to watch it again for the first time. You know?
That jungle scene is still the greatest of all time.
That whole fucking movie was like the greatest of all time, man. One of a kind.
You can be damn sure we'll avenge it.
Eventually, in 10, 15, 20 years, people are going to look back and they're going to stick with Brexit, probably do. The end of that instead of pull this shit off.
I'm a huge fan of the way you lose control and turn into an enormous green rage monster.
I love him. Not sure which one I'm talking about, but I love him.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
So, John, I believe that probably
right.
2 in 15, 20 years. It's okay, Sally. That RDJ, the original 6 Avengers, right? Chris Evans, I believe that their experience, playing these characters, right, and everything and whatnot, and that whole ride is going to end up being something that is really going to hit them as far as that's their legacy, right? And that's really going to become really big to them personally. Does that make sense? Do you think that it would work that way? That they would really,
of course,
like even become like want to read comics or something, you know what I mean, or whatever, just out of like like bring back that feeling, you know what I mean, of like what it must have been like to. I don't even know. I mean, can you imagine what it must be like to play fucking one of the original 6 Avengers, man?
Well, they all decided to get tattoos for it, so I mean,
I know, but everywhere they go, they all got tattoos.
They all got the matching tattoo.
Sal, you didn't know about that? You mentioned it before.
I mean, I heard that they got like some of them were uncomfortable with it, but like most of them did.
Most of them did, yes.
What the hell, man?
I heard like Chris Evans suggested it, and then some of them didn't. Some of them did.
I had mosquitoes flying around me and shit all of a sudden and whatnot, and I'm inside, so I'm like, what the hell is that even possible, man? It must be the.
So this is what it looks like.
Oh gosh. Ooh, yep. I like that.
No, that's dope.
I want one.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me
Do
too.
you even have any tattoos? Because I have 2, and they're both Marvel themed.
I'm thinking about getting my first one soon. I thought for a minute I thought I was gonna do one that was Chadwick Boseman related or whatever, whatnot, like T'Challa related. But then I thought about it and I was like, you know what? Like the only way to do it would be too big. And I don't want my first tattoo to be that big. I don't want to have.
Mine was like.
Go ahead, John.
An entire hand on my leg.
Hold on, John. Go ahead on your tattoos. Then what do you sound?
This one's not mine. This is someone I know. I'll pull up the picture. It is absolutely incredible. The two that because one's my father and my grandfather's name, but the two that might be recognizable to either of you is this one here.
Skull.
Is that Grogu?
That is the Pick of Destiny.
Okay.
Oh yes. I love that.
And then I have the Strange Music logo on my back. If you don't know what Strange Music is, then don't worry about it.
I don't.
What is it? Extreme Music?
Strange Music.
Oh, Strange Music. Is that a band?
You ever heard of Tech Nine?
Is it a band?
It's a group. You ever heard of Tech Nine, the rapper?
I believe maybe once or twice loosely.
It's his band or his label. But this is my friend's tattoo.
Well, that's cool.
Oh shit, that's nice. Yeah, that is dope.
That is really cool. I have an Agent Carter tattoo on my leg that I am not going to show.
I don't know if I want to. I don't know if on my first one I want to get anything that has a lot of color. I think I want something very basic.
I went full color for both of mine, so yes.
I don't want to do that. I want something very simple. You know what I mean?
No, I'm saying get it basic as fuck. Do not go full color.
The more color it's got to be, the more painful it is.
Well, the way I figure but logically though, come on, pain doesn't bother. The pain will be fine. You have to believe.
Yeah, So I have little to no pain tolerance. The tattoos for me were so fun.
What a shock, Sally! You're a biological woman and you have a low pain tolerance.
Shut the fuck up.
That is not
What's
nice.
That say about women?
Holy
what?
Fuck. Is that holy shit, Eureka? Could that possibly have something to do with why women don't work in the jobs that are like the most dangerous and cause you to die the most?
Yes, they
Holy
do.
Fuck. Wow, shit.
I've known many a coal miner to be a woman in history.
But I'll tell you what, too. I used to be a district. I used to work for a public distribution center as a picker.
Why do I keep doing this?
I only ever saw one woman that could throw like that. Like I was a high level picker. You know, like I made really good money, percentage pay.
Yeah.
She could bang, right? But it broke her down physically so quickly and shit and whatnot that she had to get the fuck out quick. You know, she didn't last a year because it just beat her. It beat her down, man.
Do I have Instagram? Yes.
She tried to keep up though, and I give her respect, but she couldn't do it. Physically, she couldn't take the punishment. Walking up and down those concrete aisles all fucking day, man, it just kills you. But no, yes.
Before I do take off here in a little bit, I was wondering if I could drop some trivia on you guys.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Right now, have that.
It's up to you if you want to do it right now, or we can wait a few minutes.
How long does it take? I mean,
I have up to 60 questions to ask, so it's entirely at your contingency.
Well, why don't you? I mean, well, look, why don't you just plan a show over here, like with me and with us at the Bleeding Edge and whatnot and everything, and we'll connect it, right, with your pod. You know, like that, right? You know what I'm saying?
We can do that.
You use my StreamYard if you want to, whatever. I don't care. Sally will tell you. She's put on shows like that.
John on Instagram. There you go.
Yeah, I just come on in and I do the intro real quick. I'm like, okay, here you go, John. It's your shit, bro. Have at it.
Be under Lady Boogie the Clown.
Yeah, I have no problem.
Did you already add me?
Yeah, it's
I'm sorry, I apologize. What's your Instagram?
There you go.
John.
There you are.
John, follow me on Instagram. The MCU'S Bleeding Edge.
Okay.
Oh shit.
I already follow you on Instagram.
John, I am sorry about being late, man. To tell you the truth, honestly, I'm very sorry.
Listen, I know life happens.
Yeah, but I do care about being punctual. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, though, you know, unfortunately, the time just does slip by me sometimes. You know, and if anything, it's more of a. It's not that I, you know, hey, everybody makes, like you said, I'm human. It's that I know that your time is not something where, you know, you can just record whenever. Right. You know what I mean? So like, you know, when you're available and you can record, I want to be able to record with you. Right.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
I mean, yeah, man, you're good people. You know, and Sally's good people, man. So, you know what I'm saying? I'll tell you right now, if you want a guest besides me to come on and whatnot and everything, I'm sure Sally.
That's why I actually asked Sally to give me her Instagram so I can invite her to the show at any given point.
Yeah, she'd be really.
Oh fuck yeah!
I think she'd be great with what you do with your structure and everything and whatnot. It should be very good. She would.
Oh, with a lack of video content, it makes people a lot more comfortable. That's why I was able to get a couple of people with celebrity status. And not to toot my own horn, but today I spoke indirectly, kinda, to, I don't know if you know the name Jacoby Shaddix.
No.
Papa Roach.
Oh, okay. I fucking love them.
His little brother might show up on my show.
Oh wow,
that's cool.
So
damn,
that's something that I'm working on.
Well,
I met the entirety of Disturbed, and I met Rob Zombie.
Well, I might have this guy on the show.
Due to inflation, one good girl is now worth 1,132.13 bitches.
He might be coming out. He might be coming out and then becoming potentially like the actual official economist for the Bleeding Edge, right?
Nice.
I mean, obviously,
I like his philosophy.
Oh yeah.
I like his style.
You can see how professional he is. I mean, seriously, look at that drum, right?
They're going to kill me. I told them to send me a video holding an object and start nodding.
Anything is a dildo when you really put your mind to it. There's no such thing as too large or too sharp. Every time you stop to question yourself, I want you to tell yourself, I can, and I will.
Oh my god, I want to do that, but have it be my aunts.
Yeah, you're right. And that's exactly what inspired Chloe Zhao right here. Hey, folks, there you go. That you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I'm telling you right now, that guy right there, that fucking got dropped off that truck, he really appreciated that shit. Like, he was happy, right? It definitely benefited his already sustained injuries a lot. To like,
what is it with you guys and Chloe Zhao?
What do you mean?
That's all the Eternals hate.
I really like. I mean, look, she's my hero. Look at her, man. Shit, she's regal. But no, John, listen. I'm gonna start doing Monday shows. I mean, that would give me a premise. What are your Mondays like? Like, I mean,
listen, I usually base my recording on my guest.
No, I was gonna start the first Monday show next week.
I could probably be ready to do something on your show on a Monday. I just need to be able to. So the reason I like to do Discord for my recording is because I get to do separate audio files for everybody that's on.
Listen, I don't care. We'll go on Discord. I don't care.
Well, here's the thing. I can work with you on the recording aspect because if we record on Discord, we can do audio and video, and you can stream your video side, and I can record the audio side, and it'll work for both of us.
Okay.
So we'll work that out this week. We'll talk about it. Sally, before I forget again now, because I just realized, happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
That's right, Sally. Happy belated birthday.
Yay.
This one's for you.
Yeah. I don't know what that was.
And happy birthday to my fucking my permanently erectile dysfunctional penis for episode 7 of She-Hulk. This is actually
that didn't happen a year ago.
This is the 8th month anniversary of this diagnosis basically I got from the doctor. The status of my penis.
Sausage
right? It's highly sophisticated shit. But it's rough.
Insert the you lose sound from The Price is Right. I once saw a newspaper clipping. It was one of those cartoons. It said I forget the whole thing, but the end line was he's not straight, he's not gay, he's not bisexual, he's desperate sexual.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I'm telling you. I love it.
And watching your reel from March 11th, Sally, that was fantastic. I'm 23, I'm 12, I'm 2, I'm 18.
Oh. Wait, what?
You know what, Sally?
Hey, family, I'm turning 23 this week.
Sally, now that you're on the show on Sundays and whatnot, I'm going to sit down tonight and I'm going to rip some.
That was actually for my dead family members.
That's still great.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that it's from that perspective, but the way you wrote it, it's great.
Hey,
thank you.
Everything about Sally's great.
Guys, she's not even born yet.
Come on now.
That right there, it fucked with me so bad.
I'm telling you. Yo, so let me ask you guys a question. What's the question? All right. Can you even connect at all to the moment when you saw that scene in the Avengers when they did that pan around that
circle shot?
Yep, where they go right. Like, connect at all because I can't really I cannot.
I still get goosebumps when I see it.
No, I'm saying I can't connect to what it felt like to see it the first time. Like how, you know what I mean? Like it was like something. The way I felt was almost something I can't even explain.
It's incomparable in terms of on-screen thing.
I was awed. I was
12.
I was 24.
I'm not the type to really ever put too much stock or too little stock, I guess, whatever about sometimes bad shit can happen to you and good stuff can happen out of it or whatever. But look, bottom line, I told Sally before, I feel kind of embarrassed sometimes on the show because so many people that come on here, they've seen almost all the MCU films in the theater, right? I only saw my first MCU film ever with Infinity War.
Iron
right?
Man. Oh, wait.
What?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw Iron Man in theaters.
Oh, but you know why though, John?
I saw everything from The Winter Soldier to Endgame in theaters with some.
I might have even seen Spider-Man in theaters.
I went. I joined the meetup group, right? And I ended up co-organizing it, John.
Yeah.
And my first event that I got to pick myself was a movie drinks night, right? So I picked Infinity War. I was an MCU and Marvel fan. I watched the YouTube stuff and whatnot and everything. I watched the movies at home. But I remember I was in a bed for 4 years, right? So I didn't go to the theater, man. I couldn't even at one point I couldn't even watch TV. So
I would have insisted getting enrolled in the theater.
Honestly, though, John, in a way, I feel blessed in a way because I had this crazy unique experience where I myself I saw Infinity War as my first Marvel film in the theater, and wow, did it fucking awe me and blow me away, man!
I bet.
I was ugly crying within 5 minutes.
I was like, "What the fuck?"
You were crying because of Infinity War. You would have been crying because
I'm telling you right now, and people don't get it too sometimes. I make fun of Brie, Captain Brie.
Oh God!
But I'm telling you, there was nobody in the fucking theater that was more excited in that fucking end credit scene with Nick Fury and everything and whatnot with Captain Marvel than I was. I was fucking stoked.
Motherfucker.
I was like, "Yo, Captain Marvel, motherfucker, shit."
Yeah, that was the general consent. Like, yeah, I got the same reaction from that.
I don't feel so good.
No, we're not going back to that. Sad.
No, you tell me then.
Hey.
How can all of us guys out here just be these huge chauvinist fucking assholes and whatnot? They're MCU fans and whatnot. When we celebrate these female characters and whatnot, and we see some shit, an insignia of a character, we're like fucking stoked as a dude about it and whatnot, right? The theater, like, fuck yeah, Captain Marvel, bitch.
So I can top that feeling of Captain Marvel. A lot of people I know people who didn't feel the same way I did when we got the female lineup showing up for the endgame scene. That scene hit fucking hard when all the women came together and they started owning the field together. That shit was fucking fire. I don't give a shit.
I fucking love that scene.
I know. I was just thinking about what it would be like if I could hit all of them. Like I could own all of them at the same time. That's all I was thinking. That's all I thought. I was like,
they were fucking, they whooped ass in that scene.
Oh yeah,
especially that ass. There was no ass there.
Especially agree with their 7-year-old child.
That is not America's ass.
No, it's a good America's ass is a lot fatter than that.
It's a good thing that her powers don't go out of her fucking 7-year-old boy ass, or she'd be fucked.
All of her powers came from her ass. That's why it's so flat.
Yep.
She looks she looks like every part of her except her ass got like.
No, she fucked Hulk. You know what I'm saying? Whatnot. Back in the day.
No, Romanoff did that actually.
No, Romanoff fucked Banner.
Oh, she
Marvel fucked Hulk.
When Hulk was back,
she was the only one that could take that dick.
When Hulk was hulking out one night, she fucked him one night.
She was the only one that could take the dick from the Hulk.
Hulk beat that shit up and beat that ass up.
Hulk flattened that ass.
He devastated them on that ass.
Hulk would probably just punch her really
hard. Hulk was like,
Captain Bree, Hulk smash.
Captain Marvel.
Hulk did that.
God.
Hulk did that childlike ass.
Oh my God, shut up.
When he was done with her, he looked down and he said, "Puny ass."
Stop.
Come on, look at that thing and tell me it ain't puny.
That ass is puny, but like.
Oh my God, I swear to God. Oh my God, folks. I'm telling you right now, and this is what I'm talking about with these other creators. These creators I talk to on these platforms, they're all suspicious and like fucking like rude to me and like fucking like say like that, like condescending shit and whatnot about collaboration. Because I can't answer questions like, okay, well, you know, what did you have planned or whatever, whatnot, and all this. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not how collaboration works. Like, I've never talked to you before in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't watch one of your podcast episodes and know how we can collaborate. That's not how.
Next time you have any problems like that, you just need to be like, stop. Let's collaborate and listen.
Nah, you know what I do? I try my best. No. We can always improve, right? We can always do better. And I'll be honest.
Got it.
I looked back on my own. I was self-aware, and I went back. I looked back in situations where I didn't have a conversation with somebody, and how I talked to them, and I realized that, like, in all reality, I had to own some shit because I at times, especially messaging, I already know. Sally knows I don't do it. So at that point, some of the shit I say does come off, I guess, probably some people like abrasive, or like I'm bragging or some shit, or like I'm. And at that point, I like kind of changed things up because I was like, oh shit, you know what? Like I didn't think very well about this. I'm just going in here.
I decorated my remote.
Nah, I mean, look, honestly, John, you understand messaging is different than talking. It is. At that point, even I have to think a little bit when I just throw shit out there.
Well, the thing about messaging is you don't get tone.
No.
Yeah, no
You
one
have-
can tell if you're serious or joking.
You have to just give. You know what I'm saying? You have to be concise, yet at the same time try to give detail, right? So that you get what I'm saying. So that some people are comfortable enough to have that dialogue more. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
It encourages them. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
To see, to have some idea what's going on, right?
Yeah.
It helps, right? And of
Sure.
course, it never hurts to try to find middle ground too, and do like with you with the Discord. Hey, however you want to talk, we'll do it.
And we can make it work together with both sides.
That's right. If you want to fucking talk on the dark web, I'll be there, baby.
I'm already on the dark web for the wrong reasons.
We'll have that's how we do it.
My identity's already been thefted, so I can't really.
Yeah.
Oh, we have our bleeding edge Prussian meetings on the dark web.
No, we don't.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Jeff,
Do we?
before I take off here, I would like to suggest we watch the Ultron trailer because I'm actually missing it right now. I'm dying to see it again.
Why are you trying to make my 365 24/7 flaccid shield penis like move or something? Come on now.
Yes.
Wait.
Do it.
You got a hard on for Ultron, don't you?
Trying to breathe
Yeah,
life back?
he likes that vibranium dick.
I'm a
I appreciate
monster fucker.
Thank you, John. Thank you for watching out for me like that, bro. Bro, you're very selfless.
He likes that vibranium D.
Yes.
What a good man.
I want to fuck Colonel Grievous on Star Wars.
General Kenobi.
I'll take that from them first.
Look at the shield, man. George.
There's only one path to peace.
What?
Their extinction.
No, I'm sorry.
Tried to create a pseudo around the world. But I created something terrible. Artificial intelligence. It's called the Ultron program.
Ultron is overrated.
I'm sick of watching people pay for our mistakes. Isn't why we fight so we can end the fight and go home?
Well, amazingly.
I think it was the writing.
Here we all are. With nothing but our wit and our will to save the world. So stand and fight. I got no plans tomorrow.
Yeah, I need a bucket.
I need to pick up after you boys.
We can tear them apart. From the inside.
That's the best you can do! You had to ask.
Oh, I love that shot. If I could get a poster version of that shot of Black Widow like that and everything with that would
Yes!
Jump scare.
The vision reveal made me fucking shit myself initially. I was so excited. Not literally, of course.
Fuck.
But the idea of seeing Vision in that movie was a concept that was not known until that trailer, I believe. And when we saw that, at least for me, I was fucking ecstatic.
And John, honestly, I didn't even think about this until recently, but I never even got to see any of those trailers until I started to see the reactions and whatnot and everything. Because again, I didn't watch TV then, right? So like, you know what I'm saying? Like I fell out of the MCU, unfortunately, probably like 5-6 years. Or like
For shame.
No, not for shame, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it
For
wasn't
TBI.
my choice. You know what I mean?
I know. I'm busting balls.
Yeah.
Ah, man, seriously, believe me. I wish I could have had that back. You know how badly I wish I could go see the Avengers in the theater, right? God,
I'm sure. You know what? I insist you do the next. I'm sure your local theater will do it. A lot of the local theaters will do like the marathons. Find that marathon and attend it.
But wait, that's the thing. I
Like
do check
Ghibli Week or something.
I check that stuff and whatnot and everything and all that because I'm a Regal fan club or whatever. Remember?
Yeah.
And they haven't had anything like that. Like I wish I could just ask them to do it.
You should check out the Monday mystery movies if they have them around you because those are pretty interesting.
A little bit about what happened to me and whatnot, what it would mean to me. Maybe they would do it. Right?
Or you could just buy the collection and then buy a projector and then buy a sound bar, and it's similar.
But it would never be the same as the
No,
experience.
of course not, but it'll be similar.
Yeah, it wouldn't be.
There's nothing else that relates or can be the same as it actually
No.
being in a theater full of
No,
people.
but at least you got to see Infinity War and Endgame in theaters.
Hey,
I went to the midnight premiere of Age of Ultron.
my point was,
I
and
think
this,
I did too.
this is not this is not advice. This is something for everybody out there, anybody out there that struggles with anything in life, right? At the end of the day, we're all individuals and we all deal with shit. You know,
Sure.
trying to compare it is not logical. And at the end of the day, bottom line, like appreciate what you have in life, right? Push for more, but at the same time, though, don't forget to take the time sometimes and just appreciate the small things in life, right?
Yeah, stop and smell the roses, literally.
Valuing those small things encourages you to want to seek out more memories like that, more situations like that, to have those things, you know, more in your life. That's a good thing. Honestly, man, I have no complaints at all that Infinity War was the first Marvel film I ever saw. Fuck it.
No, that's definitely a good jump off point.
Hey, man, listen. For me, all it is just dope as shit that freaking I was going to reconnect into the MCU again, right? And then it became this vehicle for me to meet so many fucking people, make so many friends, man. So many friends with the Edge. Sally, I would never be friends with Sally and know her. Seriously. And you know what? That's really important, man. It's valuable, right? Honestly, John, I would love it. Would have been great. I would have loved to have done something on Monday on the shows because Sally knows what I'm talking about. It would have been cool to kind of do what I did on Friday nights for a while when I first started the Friday shows. When I used to have special guest hosts on every week, right? Remember that, Sally? When I would just have other creators come on.
I kind of
creators that we'd had long-term, you know, collaborative, you know, relationships with and whatnot and everything that I respect and whatnot and everything. I had on and just let them host. Whatever topics, whatever shows they wanted to do, we did them. Right? I never asked or whatever. I let them do what they wanted. Right? Yeah. Anyways, listen, man, I know you got to go. Listen. When do you want? Would you want Sally to come on with you first, or you want me to come on with you first?
I'll tell you what. We'll worry about the individual episodes. Let's do this crossover thing sometime in the near future, and I'll just quiz you both the way I would. Because I had a recent crossover episode, but it wasn't like that kind of thing. It was just a couple of people. I had 3 people on one episode.
I love to
I haven't put it out yet.
I do. I love to interconnected shit.
That sounds cool.
I do.
So what I'm going to end up doing, I didn't give these people a warning. They all came together in one episode, and they had no idea it was happening. Obviously, this will be a little bit different. But maybe you can get Cyber on, and we can do 3 people as well.
I'll try. Honestly,
I'm not going to tell you what movie you guys are going to get.
With Cyber, honestly, I'd be better off probably just going out and getting another guest, one of our good guests that I trust and whatnot. No, right? Like Andrew from GNN that Sally knows, and have him come on. Because
I know him.
John,
here, Sally, I'm going to give you my puppy too.
Cyber's busy, and he does care a lot about his individual content. Right?
So cute. Hi, dog.
Hey, oh, geez.
He's a puppy. That's a dog.
Look at that. What a sweetheart. Oh, boy.
Yeah, she's like 3.
She was loved. But no, seriously though, John. I'm telling you, man. Cyber, he's really busy. He works 12-hour shifts every day, every 6 days a week or whatever, you know. And he, like, you know, he makes a lot of individual content. And at that point, you know, his wife does really like to have her time with him and whatnot and everything.
Well, of course.
Right, she does, you know. And at that point, he's a good man, and he wants to keep his wife happy and whatnot, right? So he doesn't want to do it, you know. So at that point, I respect that. That's how we work, right? It's always been our agreement was from jump was that when it boiled down to it, the more that we expanded and added more shit, I take on more responsibility, not him.
That's fair.
He would do the best he could.
Okay, well, in that case, you can find somebody, whoever might be listening, if you're interested. I'm going to tell you one of the things is going to happen. I'm going to pick an MCU film. One film from the entirety of the MCU will be your topic.
Right now.
What was that?
I'll do 3 right now, and you pick one out of the 3.
Oh, pick 5. Pick 5. But Sally's got to be able to be part of it.
All right, 5. All right. I'll pick 5, and then Sally will pick 5, and we'll pick.
You guys both. How about this? Both send them to me in DMs on or text message.
Yeah, we'll get together. Yeah,
and I'll work with that, and hopefully you guys have at least 1 or 2 together.
No,
how it's going to work?
Go ahead.
I will. How it's going to work, because I do the Mad Libs thing. I'm going to ask you for the new words. I'm going to tell you the movie. I'm going to do the trivia.
Buddy.
And then you guys are going to do the Mad Lib section. I'm going to send the whole thing out to both of you, or to all three of you, whoever it might be. And you guys are going to say everything as it's written.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
We're gonna read
It
each
turned
other's
into.
mouth
I turned into a. Okay, so I'll tell you this: it won't be Infinity War, because I already did Infinity War. But poopy. I took the scene from Infinity War where the Guardians meet the Avengers on the ship, and I Mad Libbed that.
You doing, huh?
And it was fucking hysterical.
Hi, Dodger.
You good boy,
Hi,
Luke.
good boy.
Hey, everybody. Say hey. What's going
Sorry.
on? What's going on, Dodger? Hey, bud. There we go.
What was that?
Me going.
Well, listen, John. Let me let you go, man. Holy fuck! Hold on one second. I knocked over medication that I have sitting there for you to take during the show.
Uh-oh.
I don't want Dodge to take it.
So yeah, Sally.
Don't let Dodge take your pills.
Whenever you're ready, send me a list of 5 movies that you're like a big fan of, aside from this.
Okay.
And
So,
I'm hoping
do
you
they all
this
have to be
year.
Marvel movies, or can I?
No,
throw in,
no,
like,
no. Your favorite movies. Period.
That's it.
Yeah.
No more cheese. No more cheese. Stop begging.
But
Get
the
outta
thing
here.
is, you won't get to know what movie until we're recording.
Cool. That sounds fun.
Well,
Go,
John,
when you have a minute, go check out my podcast. I guarantee there's at least one episode you'll like.
I will.
John, let me go ahead and let you go and send you off, man. Because honestly, I think I'm going to bring on another guest. And I want to move the show forward. You know what I'm saying, and whatnot, and everything, right? Because we do have quite a few people like live on Rumble right now, and Twitter and Twitch and whatnot, and everything. And I want to get them. I want to do something to stimulate their shit a little bit more. You know?
Yes. Yes.
All right. But I'll see you soon, brother. Be good.
Later.
Peace.
Hi, John. Peace.
In terms of being excited to see this movie, do you feel like the trailers gave enough to explain what's kind of going on?
I think the star power alone is going to draw the fans in.
Oh yeah, Sally, I don't know how you didn't see Angelina Jolie. I mean, come on, man.
Which one is she again?
When Angelina Jolie is on screen, she stands out. Like,
wait, which one was she? Was she the blonde one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm confused.
Listen, if you're trying to tell people that you're bisexual, well, then you got some serious messed up radar or something. You can't
To be fair, Scarlett Johansson and Chris Evans were on the screen when I figured that out.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, you know, I'm not by myself, and I could tell like which guys were attractive during the scenes of the trailer and weren't, and everything and whatnot. So
I just don't know what Angelina Jolie looks like when she's not Maleficent.
Okay, and
I need you to stop.
Okay, I'll stop now.
But see, y'all are all overlooking. Okay, Angelina Jolie, yeah, she's fine. Hello, Selma Hayek.
Yeah,
yeah.
She was sexy.
I just don't
She
want to
was
say
sexy.
anything about Salma Hayek because the stuff I have to say is beyond Disney Plus rating. You know what I'm saying?
She's sexy. She's sexy.
That was her?
It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, Salma Hayek.
Kind of like the narrator? I didn't realize it.
Yeah.
You can't miss her, man. Just look for the chick with the biggest tits on screen, and she's there. That's her.
Of course.
Not hard.
And then go home and watch Dogma so you can see the striptease,
Yeah.
and everything's good.
And Angelina even gained some weight for this movie. Like, she doesn't look like a crackhead anymore like she did a couple of years ago. She was looking rough, man. That would have been
Wait, which
rough.
one? Angelina Jolie?
Yeah, she was looking rough, man, a while back there.
She looks great now.
Well,
she looks great.
I mean, hey, she does look really
You have
great.
to out me as
About that.
bisexual. I mean, spoiler alert, I'm not straight.
Well, that's awesome. We're all about LGBT pride over here at the MCU's Bleeding Edge.
Let's all be gay here.
As long as it leads to me hooking up with some lesbians or whatever at the end of the night, I'm good.
Trust me, Jeff, the lesbians aren't interested.
You'd be surprised how many lesbians have been interested in me before, my dear. You got a lot to learn. You're a young girl.
I love it.
Shut up!
Believe me. Those lesbians, man, 10, 15 years go by without any of that good D. You know? They start sniffing around after.
I can guarantee you have never fucked a lesbian.
I have several.
They're not into you.
I fucked. Honestly, Sally, at this point, I don't know. I'm assuming you already know. I fucked everything there is to fuck at this point. There pretty much is anything I haven't fucked.
Yeah, true.
Except for children. You know, but I'm not a pedophile. So. Other than that, I fucked
We
everything
know
else.
you're not a pedo, Jeff.
I don't fuck animals either, but other than that, I fucked everything else. I fucked biological men, trans women, you know what I'm saying, and whatnot, turned them out, fucking done threesomes with them, and biological women, all of that. I do all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah, we know.
I have no trouble.
I know. I don't know. I don't know if the rest of everybody knows, but I know.
My problem is energy. And like having the energy to actually deal and like fucking like sit on those dating sites and whatnot. They're so goddamn boring. Fuck.
Yeah.
Seriously. Right? Send those initial messages and shit and whatnot where you know that like the woman is just guessing. God bless you.
I'm not okay.
No, but seriously, but like, you know, sending that initial message, right? When you do see a woman or something, right, for me that I do actually find uniquely attractive off of like their picture or whatever, whatnot, and I'm like, oh, she's really pretty, you know? Like, you know, I'm excited.
Okay.
Anyway, bottom line, you send an initial message, it's like, oh shit, like, it's messaging, so like, you know, you don't know, like it's hit or miss. Like, I mean, it's all gonna boil down to what she's gonna guess at it. And it sucks. It just blows. Sometimes you see before you're like, damn, I'd love to get together with her. But like, you know,
does it suck or does it blow?
Both.
Oh,
both.
okay.
Both. The best you can usually do both. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, but that's a little bit. When you turn 27, we can talk about that, Sally. You're not ready for that.
No, thank you.
You're not ready for all that.
I'm good.
That's beyond your skill level.
No, thank you. No.
Anyways, what show was that we did that with Jermaine? That like, oh my god, was that a good show?
I don't know what show that was, but I know I was really embarrassed. For myself, because now I'm just cringing at myself.
I'm telling you right now, Sally, I got to give to her credit, honestly, without question, like no doubt, has in the time she's come on, even though like, you know, maybe she hasn't been on as much as like, you know, she could have been, and I would have loved to have had her more on when she does come on and everything and whatnot. For the time she's been on some really, really, really great live shows. She really has.
Yeah, I have.
She's been a part of some
I don't
really.
know why I said it like that.
Yeah, she has. She's been on some really funny, really entertaining ones.
Yeah,
she is. She's usually the funniest ones, the ones that are the most raunchy and fucking long. She knows what she's on. Right? Yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
No, seriously. You're not a shit talker like me. Like you don't like at least not yet. Like you don't have that kind of humor. I think you might have it in you, but you're just not yet. You know what I'm saying? But you are funny. You're capable of being funny.
I know.
You know, and just your general disposition, right? And like the vibe you give off and your smile and your overall general activity level and the way you kind of exuberate, you know, positivity and radiate like the way that you like give off, you know, like almost a positive vibe, like, you know, a very laid back, you know, laughing, positive kind of, you know, vibe. That's not like, you know, adolescent, but like, you know, just like you seem jubilant, right? Like fun, you know, like, and that's an important part.
I don't know what any of those words mean. Thank you.
Whatever, but you understand how important authenticity is to me with these shows.
Yeah,
that's what we do. Like that's why we do live streams is for authenticity. Because we're real people, folks. We don't fuck around.
Yeah, right? We are real people. You
know, I mean, honestly, obviously, I'm not a bot. I've never seen a bot that is capable of talking this well. Personally,
yeah.
You know, there was that one time I actually got sexually rejected by a bot, which was actually really I got ghosted by a bot. Like, for real. I got blocked.
Why do I keep laughing?
No, a bot blocked me.
Oh, I know.
I'm like, what?
I know what you mean.
Yep. I was like, what the fuck?
I've been attacked by Haiku Bot a few times.
No, she was a DC fan.
Oh,
okay. When I told her I was the co-host and creator of the MCU'S Bleeding Edge, she was like, fuck MCU.
Oh, fuck that.
She's a bot, yeah. I didn't even know bots fucking were in the fandom.
Neither did I.
Nope, but I guess they are now. Who knows? I don't know. It's interesting.
Oh shit.
I mean, she also said that if I went to this link or whatever, whatnot, I would get my dick sucked or whatever too. So like, I mean, I don't know how much I really took her seriously at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, last time I checked, there really hasn't been any type of like, new, magic going on or whatever, whatnot, or people like women can like suck dick fucking the internet, like through the internet, like
no, girl. Did I just call you girl?
Look, listen. I want to do a show. I want to do a show, Stan, where you and I talk to all the dudes who ever click that link, and as you believe in their mind, they're so going to get their dick sucked by clicking that fucking link and going to check out the website.
No,
I want to talk about that and understand their logic in that situation.
Not all men.
Seriously, how they believe that is like tangible and possible.
I don't.
It'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Maybe. I don't know. How many men do you think fall for that shit?
A lot.
A lot?
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, come on, let's be honest here. Like, from what from what I've gathered and from all the women I talked to, and I've been on, I mean, I've been single ever since me and my ex-wife split up in 2009. I told you before a long time ago that, and I meant it. After what happened, my attitude towards things with raising my daughter, because folks, and I'm not trying to brag or whatever, whatnot with this stuff at all. But I did have full custody and raise my own daughter Isabella for over a decade. Of course, with my family's help. When I let my family's help, I never would have been able to do it. But I literally I dedicated my life to being a father for a long time. Right? That's all I did was work and be a father. I have a son too. You guys have seen him before. And Sally's even
Nobody thinks you're bragging about that.
No, but seriously, I mean, you never know. Like, I mean, I'm telling you, like, you never know.
Yeah, I would never see being a father as something to brag about. Like, you raised a good kid, but like,
I know I did. She's just like me too, which is crazy. I'm like, wow,
that is crazy.
I'm trying to find that show.
What show?
The show. You know what? Fuck. I'm telling you right now. I wish that the Grandmaster, over at Podcast of Champions, right? Had not edited out. Honestly, he edited me out, right? And edited out so much shit I said.
What?
And I didn't even know it. I didn't even know it. No, I didn't even know it till the end. Like when
that guy.
I didn't even know.
Not literally.
I don't watch that shit. You know that.
Yeah, I know.
Oh shit.
I feel awkward watching shit that I've been in. Like, I can't listen to the audios for that long that I'm in because I think my voice is very annoying.
Watch the whole shows and everything and whatnot. Come on. I know
my voice is annoying though.
But you do though. I know you do.
I do what?
You go back. You do. You're the kind of person. And
I listen to them. I just don't
like my
voice.
You listen to them. Yes. I don't like my voice either, but you get used to it, hun. After a while.
Yeah, I know.
If you just make content consistently, after a while, you don't even care anymore. What's the point? You forgot all about it.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. It's like reviewing the season of Willow that we did. I want to forget all about it.
You want to forget all about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That tracks.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to see face Kit again.
I relate so hard to Mantis because I also would run up to somebody dressed like Captain America screaming, "Save!"
I'm telling you, you know what we should do?
What?
We should do a rewatch of She-Hulk together. God. You didn't watch it? Yeah. No, you know what we could do? You know what we could do? We could react, Sally. You and I could do reactions together where we watch all the stuff that you didn't watch from Phase 4, just so I can watch you flipping the fuck out over the same shit as me. Right? I mean, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me?
I gotta keep watching Loki and shit. Yeah, I know.
I guarantee you right now, I would bet money that like
how far did I get in Loki?
At a level of like 75%, you
oh my god.
Off or like
I didn't even get past episode 1.
Hold on.
Sorry.
I'm saying I guarantee you, I bet money that probably at like a level of like at least 75%, you would get pissed off or be upset about aspects of the movies that I've played about, just like me. On the same shit. Exact same shit.
Probably.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm gonna go and watch all those shows right now. Right fucking now. Let's go.
No, you're not.
Oh,
Shut
okay.
up. Yeah,
Sorry.
right. As if you're gonna fucking do that.
I have Loki pulled up on my TV right
How's
now.
it even possible? You're gonna watch fucking all that. You're gonna watch all those Disney Plus series. Fucking in what? How's it happen?
Right now.
How?
Let's do it.
It'll literally. It would just watching the Loki season 1 on its own would take like 8 hours, 7 hours.
Then let's do it.
Oh, it's now a part of it now. I said let's react. No. Now let's do a fucking binge.
I'm gonna do it.
I don't want to do a binge reaction. Is that a new shit? I ain't down with all that.
Binge reaction.
Yeah, the fuck.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, let's react to ourselves. Fucking watching doing the fucking whatever you call it, binging fucking the whole fucking seasons of Loki in one shot. Great.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do that.
It'll be a recorded video. That's 6 hours.
We gotta go live and we gotta watch the entire MCU in order.
Nah, I already know what. Well, that's what we're gonna. Yeah, you know what? That's the thing.
19+ hour live stream.
That's the thing with Jasmine. The only thing that I don't like about this we're doing with Jazzy, I love you, sweetie. I love Peggy Carter. Is that it's going to take us so long before we even get to like into the MCU movies. That bothers me a little bit.
Well, it's only 18 episodes altogether.
I know, but the thing about it is that if she told me, if she's actually going to like have us, if we're going to watch, which I'll do it still. But if we're going to watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and all that shit too, and all that, that's why I told you she wants to do all that. The
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
She wants to do all of it, the Netflix Marvel series and whatnot. And now here's the thing, Sally. On one hand, I still want to watch some of that stuff and whatnot, and it would help me and it would encourage me to watch it. So on one hand, it'd be positive, right? Like I'd be like, oh okay. At the end of it, I'll have watched all of the Marvel Netflix shit, which is good. Right? That's positive.
Okay.
Watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be beneficial. Wait,
honestly, we're doing Bandmade now?
Hell yeah, baby. It's Bandmade time.
Jeff,
folks.
I've seen this one.
What's up? So what?
I've reacted to this with you.
It's okay. It's okay. This every reaction is this isn't like a typical reaction. We're live.
Oh yeah, I know.
We're live right now.
I can tell. I can see that.
There you go. So yeah,
corner of the screen.
There you go. You got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Good. We can react to the same song.
Wait, weren't we gonna react to something else?
No.
Oh, okay.
I have other MCU trailers lined up. Yeah, I have the.
In what world were we going from this to Bandmade?
I
guess this one.
What are you talking about?
I guess this one.
Sally, I've played Bandmade trailers before, whatnot, on the Sunday shows so many times. I mean, what? I do it all the time.
Okay.
Whenever I get down to just me and one person or three people, whatnot, I always end up dropping a Bandmade trailer or like Love Bites or something.
Bandmade music video, you mean?
Yeah, music video. Yeah, I always do it. It's like a common theme.
Oh, okay.
You just haven't done that. You just don't. I mean, honestly, for a long time, you haven't recorded with us, and you never did any of the weekend shows really ever, except for like. So I'm just saying. So at that point, a lot changed. So yeah, hell yeah, I play Bandmade videos and whatnot, and react to their lives. I love to. I love Bandmade. It's my favorite band. It's nice to have a favorite band. Honestly,
yeah, it is.
Our Bratz reactions actually are doing okay statistically. Like they've been actually growing.
Cool.
Like the last 6 months, they've grown up.
I can't hear you and Bandmade at the same time. It's weird.
I said, what out the fucking with me in the private chat or whatever and whatnot? Because I'm playing Bandmade?
I don't know.
Oh my god, you're funny.
No, that was during the fucking old clip of me not knowing who the fuck Angelina Jolie is.
Oh. That's just funny.
Who the fuck is Angelina Jolie? I don't know who that is. I've never heard her name. I'm just watching you, Jeff. Not even paying attention to the bandmaid. I'm not even watching bandmaid, I'm watching you. What did I say?
It makes me feel nostalgic. Accept someone who they are. I like it them all. 叫びは思うばかりでも動けなくってぶつけようのない心の行方ただどうかただただどうかうざがないで花を咲きまた生まれるよこの道の世界新しい夜明け大丈夫こらここにいる一人じゃない
Did you turn invisible again?
I will lie you like love with my boy いやでもまだずっとこれからもっとまだまだきっと出会い別れ繰り返し心が叫ぶ意味ではないあの時から続く思いだきっとここにいるよ Yeah, we won't forget this day I will fight it 会えない日々でも僕らは育ってくんだ変わらない気持ちちゃんと包んでただ前ただただ前差し伸べるよ暗闇に笑顔を灯そうこの青い世界未来を作るんだ大丈夫こらみんないる一人じゃない
Okay.
What's so funny?
I don't know why I'm laughing. Just gets to that point.
Huh? What are you talking about?
I'm just getting to the point in the recording where I just laugh.
Why?
I don't know.
Oh, just like spontaneously?
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
I don't know why I'm laughing. I just really
Well,
don't.
good.
I
Hey,
just
that's good, I
don't know
guess.
how else.
It has to be
to-
positive. It must be a positive thing, right?
It is.
There you go. Yeah. Then hey, it's all good.
Okay, good. My sense of smell is still intact. Why are we watching Fleetwood Mac now?
Hell yeah, baby.
What?
Let's go back.
I fucking love this song, but like, why?
God, they have so much fucking history together, all of them. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Yeah.
The shit they've all been through together as a band and whatnot and all that is intense.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I got to say like one throwback thing I can mention like about back in the day that I miss is was watching like the VH1 like 1 hour specials with like the stories or whatnot everything where they would tell.
Yeah, I've seen like the Nirvana one and stuff.
Yeah, they were really good, man. They were great,
Yeah, I think I've seen those.
I did a Fleetwood Mac one that was really good. It was like 2 hours long. It was great. But they talked about the whole dynamic and the divorces and all that shit and whatnot, and like the
divorces
and Oh yeah, you didn't know that? No, Lindsey Buckingham and what's her name?
Stevie Nicks?
Stevie Nicks were married. Like, I mean, they were together when Fleetwood Mac first started.
Who the hell is Lindsey Buckingham?
Fleetwood Mac first started. When Fleetwood Mac, the guy playing guitar right behind her.
Oh.
The guy that usually either does the lead vocals or does harmonies like with her when she sings, right?
Yeah.
They in the first incursion of the band, and then the second incursion of the band, they were there. And then I think the third incursion of lineup change was bringing them in together, right?
Mm.
And that's when after that, I think that's when they brought in the Big B chick too, right?
Yeah.
But right then she came in, and her husband John McBee, right, is in the band.
Mm-hmm.
So they both got divorced, and they both split up while they were Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah,
right?
that sounds like fun.
Why they were at the peak of their popularity?
That sounds like fun.
In the 70s, in the early 70s.
That sounds like fun.
In the Rumors album, the whole Rumors album is all songs based off of mostly that are written by Nicks and by Buckingham about their breakup.
Mm.
All the songs are about.
That sounds rough.
No, it's good. It's positive. It's good music. It's to tell you the truth, how can you be more authentic?
That's fair.
Right? Seriously, to write and then perform songs with the woman that you love, or man you love, you broke up, when you're a decade or whatever, you know what I'm saying, or whatnot, and shit, and all of a sudden you're out there and you're playing in a band together.
Yeah, that sounds like it's a fucked up thing to go through, but a fun ride.
I mean, you saw Lindsey Buckingham's face looking at her at the end of that song and whatnot and everything, right?
No,
there's
not
a lot.
really.
No, I mean, look, they're older now. They
are old. They are old as fuck.
That's an old video. That video is 13 years old, right?
13?
Well, yeah, they'll never do another tour again. They're done. They'll never do any special lives.
Yeah, I know. Stevie Nicks is coming to Philly, but that's all I know.
Oh, solo. Huh? Yeah, I mean, solo. You mean?
Yeah, solo.
Yeah. See, I mean, well, you know what though? I think she does play Fleetwood Mac stuff. It's not all I mean.
She does.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, I'll be honest with you, her solo stuff doesn't do anything for me to where I would want to see her live solo.
I actually really like her solo stuff.
No, with you, I could see you wanting to go see her. It's hey, you know what? Honestly, Sally, you got to take advantage of opportunities like that. You know that because you never know. She's getting older. You never know when she might tour again.
I really don't go to concerts anymore.
Oh, but I'm saying you got to take advantage of those situations though. Sometimes, right? You got to push yourself to go to the concerts when you have the chance to see Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, but the tickets are $300, so that's a no from me.
God, I'm not even going to talk. I don't even want to talk about it.
It's a no from me.
I'm not even going to talk about how much it's going to cost for me and Cyber to go to Rockville for 2 days, man. Holy shit. Oof. And I haven't even dealt with the hotel and the airfare yet and whatnot. And I've still got to do that. And I got to do it soon.
Wait, you got airfare or Cyber got the airfare?
No, what do you mean? No, I just said to you, I haven't done the airfare. You not hear me well at all?
I hear you.
Because I did turn off that echo cancellation button. Hey, do I sound any better now?
No, you sound worse.
Oh, worse? Okay.
And now there's echo.
I'm sorry, folks. There's this stupid freaking button on StreamYard called echo cancellation in the audio settings. And
fuck.
See, right there, the way that where I was echoing, I can't hear the echo, but Sally can hear it. That's me turning off the echo cancellation, right? But we have to do that whenever I play a song or whatever, right? Or a video, because if not, the video will be okay, but the audio of it will be fucked, right? Fucked. Yes. And at that point, if you leave that's how it happens. That button has to be turned off. But it's weird because for some reason, all of a sudden in the last couple of months, all of a sudden, once I go back to talking to someone, there's an echo on her end, but I can't hear it. It's weird.
Yeah.
God, can you imagine, folks, how intense some of this stuff is? It's very intense. Yeah. Very serious stuff here, the bleeding edge over here, with all these technological, deep meta, serious, technical.
Is it 9 p.m. already?
Oh, shut up. What
no, but look.
What are you bored? Or is it time to go to bed?
No, it's not time to go to bed. It's not time to go to bed. No. Shut the fuck up. I don't go to bed until like 1 a.m. You know this.
You know that you need to rock the Sally Against You girl shit like forever. Like that should be your shit.
That I need to rock my own shit. What?
Yes, no, it's a good name. I like Sally Against You girl.
Cool, I like it too.
Yeah, I was. Just,
oh yay! We're back to the Marvel.
God, seems like 1,000 years ago.
The MCU's Bleeding Edge.
I fought my way out of the cave. Became Iron Man. Realized I loved you.
Sorry.
I
just don't like Gwyneth
surprises, but I was really hoping to pull off one last one.
The world has changed.
I love this part of the trailer.
None of us can go back.
Oh my god.
What we can do is our best. And sometimes the best that we can do is to start over.
Why am I crying? Holy fuck.
Hot D.
Oh my god.
I saw all these people die.
Down my shield.
Everybody, they should move on.
No.
Some do.
Not us.
Not us.
Even if there's a small chance, we owe this to everyone who's not in this room to try.
We will.
Whatever it
takes.
There's something about endgame that just makes me sob my fucking eyes out.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Oh yeah.
In a world where She-Hulk doesn't exist.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. I think my laptop's gonna tap out before I do. Fuck. Oh yeah.
I thought she was gonna catch the hammer, to be honest with you.
I like this one.
That was Stormbreaker, not the hammer.
Oh yeah. It was She-Hulk. She would have caught that bitch.
She-Hulk would have caught it?
Yeah, I beat his ass.
About that?
Yeah, or Shuri.
She wouldn't have beat his ass.
Shuri.
She would have. She would have pulled the Pietro and just went flying.
Oh my god, I'm telling you that.
Go flying across the room.
Ironheart, man. I'm telling you.
Fucking Ironheart.
Who knows?
Is Ironheart gonna be the next She-Hulk to you?
I don't know, man. Who knows? Ironheart gonna be anything. Who knows, man? It could be like another dimension, like the Twister dimension, huh? You never know.
Oh god, the Twister dimension.
With Ironheart, who fucking knows, man?
The wind tunnels of
I don't even want to
Pennsylvania.
know. I'm afraid of like what Ironheart's gonna be like. I really am. I'm scared.
Oh god, you're scared.
I am. I'm like, well, I'm ready for like Willow. I'm ready for Willow times 5 on some shit.
Why are you scared of Ironheart?
I'm not.
We need to unpack this.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I'm just like expecting it to be a complete fucking clown world fucking shit show of a series, basically. That's my
Clown world. That sounds like fun.
I mean, I don't know, like, hold on a second. I saw. What?
Oh fuck.
What? Oh, you laugh at? No, I mean, no, but you know, look, folks, those of you who pay attention to us on the Bleeding Edge on a regular basis and whatnot and everything, you know, probably already know that, like, I don't do the rumor mill crap and whatnot and everything unless Marvel officially like says something or whatever and whatnot and everything. As far as I'm concerned, it's not true, right?
Yeah.
And I don't care. Like, it's not true. We don't know.
Yeah.
Goddamn, Dodge, did you actually eat one of my Adderalls, motherfucker? Jeez.
Did he?
No, when I dropped my pills on the floor earlier, it was my Adderall.
Oof.
I know, and like one of the pills is missing.
Please tell me he didn't eat it.
It's all right. It's only 50 milligrams. He'll be fine.
No, but like, oh god, that sounds horrible.
No, he'll be okay. No, 50 milligrams isn't that bad. He's like 65 pounds. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
They'll just be excited as fuck probably and have a lot of energy. That's all.
Yep.
You know, but even he doesn't like to go out to walk.
One lays on my bed and she takes up most of the bed.
She doesn't like to, or it might be under his blanket or something. Who knows? You know that my blanket, his bed is right there, right next to me. So.
Yeah, well, her bed is in my parents' room and she's invading.
So folks, listen.
My dog is an invader.
I want to go ahead and just say thank you to Sally of Zoo Girl. Sally has basically finally decided to commit to me and tell me that at the very least she'll come on in the Sunday shows with me, right? Like,
oh yeah.
And so you know that's very.
Yeah, I have.
Yes, you told me you do them. Yeah.
Lol.
Yes, you did, and we both agreed that it would be good for you to like just come on, and like you know what I'm saying, like you know it would be good for you for your routine to just come on and like do the show.
Yeah,
you know,
I guess.
like, healthy for you to just do it and like expect to do it, right? It's good for you. Right? I mean, honestly, and that's how I got through like doing the weekend shows like I did finally, right? And getting stuff. It was like that, just fucking, you know, push through, do it, right?
Yep.
It just so happens that I was pushing through some really, really hard shit to push. But it's okay. That's all right, folks. You know what? Things go up and they go down, right?
Yeah, what goes up must come back down.
There you go. That's how it is. And you know what? For the most part, I'm not a what's wrong? What's wrong? Your face.
Why does my face hurt so bad?
How would I know?
I've been smiling for like an hour. It hurts like a bitch.
Oh, why didn't you just say that your face was smiling? I mean, what do you? I don't understand. Did you not want to tell anybody or what?
It hurts so bad. Like I have a really bad resting bitch face, and you'd never know.
No, but you know what though? What sucks though a little bit with like the Avengers trailers is that, like if you go look on YouTube, there's literally I think only 2 reaction videos you can find of really? like originally from when the first Avengers came out, like actual reaction mashups where it's just one 2-minute trailer reaction with a mashup. And some of the people you see on all the mashups right across the board are on some of those first ones. But like honestly, that's all there is. There's 2 of them for the first Avengers trailer. And then there's people who have done it individually later on, right? Or who did them that were like actual named people. But besides that, like nobody did. And then Age of Ultron, literally, there's like utterly like maybe, I swear maybe because I know how many there are. I've seen so many of them. There's literally only maybe like I don't know.
I'd guess 10 or 15.
There's 4 or 5 actual reaction mashup like reactions, right? With multiple people for the Age of Ultron trailer. There's people individually and like as a show like doing it, but there's only 4 or 5 at that of like the actual reaction mashup. So nobody was doing them then. It only became super popular until you got to like Infinity War, right? And Captain America: Civil War. Then you got more.
I was crying my eyes out in Infinity War. 5 minutes in and I was already sobbing.
Honestly, Sally, again, this doesn't bother me, but I unless these people are like acting or something or not doing the reactions, like when I watch some reaction videos, sometimes some of these people are like fucking in it, man. Like they take it to a level where I can authentically tell that, like I can see intuitively that they are genuinely that into the MCU and that into the like the characters and the time, like and
I definitely am.
Where they're like in the reactions are crying and shit and whatnot, right? Like
I was like tearing up at the endgame trailer you just showed. I was like starting to cry.
Dudes are like screaming and shit and whatnot and everything, you know, like
whatever
it takes and shit, you know what I'm saying? Whatnot, everything like
whatever it takes.
Because of what happened to me, unfortunately, I can't feel that again. That's gone for me. I'm not able to feel that type of like excitement, that adrenaline type of. I told you a long time ago. I haven't experienced an adrenaline rush since what happened to me. I haven't.
That's really sad.
Yep. Whatever happened to me with the hormonal issues that I've dealt with and whatnot, the deficiencies, I have like none. So like at that point,
I think
what?
My parents might be going to bed.
Oh. Well, tell them what's up. Be like, yo, what up? Bleedy hairstyle.
My mom doesn't like to be on camera. I may need to shield the camera or her eyes or something. Okay. I don't know.
We are, folks, hopefully soon. I actually, I'm very close to going ahead and printing Cyber and I's first business cards. I should have our t-shirts done first too. Our first batch of t-shirts. It won't be for merch. They'll only be for Sally, me, Cyber, Jazz.
Yay! I'm getting a t-shirt.
Or Deathman,
I guessed it on the bleeding edge, and all I got was this shirt.
Yep. And then then the first like probably 10 or 15 posters will just be for like guests, right? But then eventually, once I do that, all right, every step of it, just like with my first bleeding edge poster, right? Where I fucked up and like it's not centered correctly and like what I'm saying, it wasn't filtered correctly.
You should make a shirt that says I watched the MCU's Bleeding Edge and all I got was this shirt.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, or all I got was this shirt. I don't know.
I like that. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna use Renee's porn drive-in deal like as a t-shirt. I'm doing it. Porn drive-in. And then on the back, the MCU's Bleeding Edge.
Nice.
Associated porn drive-in to the MCU's Bleeding Edge is perfect. I love it.
That's cool.
I'm telling you right now, folks. I'm not a gambler at all. I'm just way too logical for it.
He's not betting.
It's not my thing. I'm not a bettor. I'm not into that. But I will tell you,
it's okay.
I would probably, if I was that type, bet money on the fact that we will have merch. We will soon, right? Soon, probably within 2 months at the most. As soon as I get caught up with some stuff with the Bleeding Edge and whatnot and everything, and I get more time freed up, I'll have the merch up. And we'll have at least like our first t-shirt or two and maybe a hat, right? And a poster or two posters probably to start with. Yeah. Right? Because I'm working on a second logo for us and whatnot and everything. I'm working on our first digital intro and outro right now.
Oh wow.
I'm working on adding an outro, or an end layer or whatnot, and an end wrap or whatnot, everything that has all our socials on it and all that. I'm up in my game, baby. Right?
Fuck yeah.
So there's a lot going on here in the Bleeding Edge. As I mentioned earlier and alluded to, I'm going to be doing a Monday show. And you know what? Honestly, to tell you the truth, I think I'm just going to do it tomorrow probably. Just to get just to do it and start getting used to it. Honestly, folks, it's beneficial for me. Making content. Huh?
Okay, you're getting used to that piercing.
What are you talking about, sweetie?
How long have you had that?
I've had that piercing since I was 14 years old.
What?
Sweetie, I have never
seen that.
Sweetie, I had my 2 ears pierced. My mom had my 2 ears pierced when I was in second grade.
I have mine.
Do you understand that? I had my ears pierced when I was in the early 90s, son.
Holy shit.
Yo, you don't understand. That's how dope I was. As a freshman in high school, I was there was no other guy in the high school that had a cartilage piercing but me.
Did you get it at Claire's?
I just never got a tattoo.
Did you get the piercing at Claire's?
Yes, I did. Yep.
Fuck that.
The bottom ones I did myself, but the top one.
I worked in a Claire's for like a month, never supporting them again.
I just never wear. You weren't here, but recently on a show, some people probably noticed that I did actually take the top one out, and I wore the bottom ones for once. I did actually wear some hoops. I just don't like the whole thing. For me, I've tried it, for me,
you don't like how it looks when you have all of the men.
It's too much. No, and honestly, Sally, believe it or not, don't get me wrong. I mean, I've never been out there publicly every day, beating the streets and shit of all of Florida, right? But dude, not very men have the cartilage up the high up cartilage piercing down here. Men do. You don't see it at all. Ever.
Mom, you didn't do it on
Hey,
camera.
listen, it's okay.
Oh shit!
Mute yourself.
She says hi.
Hey, what's up, Mom? Just mute yourself.
That's Mary.
She can be on. I mean, look. That's the thing about live streaming.
No, that's the thing. She hates being on camera.
Live streaming is real life. So, Mom is gonna walk. I live with my parents too. What's the big deal?
Oh,
right?
I know. It's not a big deal. I just don't. I know she hates being on camera.
The only difference is.
The
only difference is. I actually have a portfolio, a financial portfolio and everything and whatnot, that's large enough to where I actually have to have somebody that I pay to management. So, at that point, let's just say we're in different stages of our life, not just age differences.
Yeah.
You feel me, baby? As in, no, I'm just playing. I'm messing with you, Sally.
Oh, I can tell.
No, come on. hey, I can joke about like something that like I'm really not happy that like I had to earn for like the reason that I earned it, right? That was never my goal in life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I believe in doing something to earn something, right?
Yep.
Like, you know, that doesn't involve what happened to me. So, but no, folks, honestly, look, like they've used the edge is the bomb. And you know what? The MCU's the bomb.
Yeah, it is.
So at that point, I think that really at the end of the day, you just have to kind of like give it a second. You know, give Kevin Feige, right? Give Kevin Feige and his team a minute, right? To kind of recalibrate things, right?
Oh, shit.
And if anything, just understand that, you know, like there's no point in like fucking like, you know, hating Disney and get all fucking shitty about Disney and whatnot. Everything like shit ain't changing with Disney. But at the end of the day, just remember that we have no idea how much influence Disney has on like what Kevin Feige does and like what Marvel Studios gives us, right? As far as
Stranger
like,
Things.
That's what I'm saying. Like we have no clue. So at that point,
yeah.
My only point with this is this: there are things we don't know with a lot of things when it comes to certain things in the background and who's responsible for what and all that. And I'm not saying that like we need to know those things or whatever, or asking for some sort of like serious like investigation or something about it or whatever. Fuck that. That's not my point.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is just that I don't believe it's all on Kevin Feige. Like all the weight is on Kevin Feige in terms of
it's definitely not.
A lot of the shit that people have been upset with in Phase 4, I don't think was like stuff where Kevin Feige was like the biggest fucking person backing it, right?
Yeah, there's no way. There are different directors, there are different people involved.
And I'm not obfuscating for Kevin Feige. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. Like, honestly, I think that he did. It means I'm not trying to like gaslight. I'm not trying to like I'm not trying to cover his ass and kiss his ass at the same time. As if he's untouchable, right? He definitely he at the very least I do believe that he definitely like
he dropped the ball.
He fell asleep, on the wheel. He did. He fell asleep at the wheel, and he thought that like he honestly thought that what he put together was going to just roll and coast, right? No matter what. Like it didn't matter, right? Like he could do whatever, you know what I mean? And it was all going to gel. I think that's what he believed. I do.
Yep.
And he had no idea that Phase 4 would be received the way it was at all.
Yeah. Phase 4 wasn't that good.
No, he did not. I'm telling you right now, he did not know. He did not expect it at all.
Yeah.
And I believe he was shocked, probably. He was like, holy fuck. Damn.
Yep.
Maybe not. Who knows? Maybe he knew. Maybe he was like, fuck, man. You know, goddamn Disney maybe do this shit and that shit. Fuck.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But you know, again, folks, it's either a blessing or a curse that Sunday Girl has never seen She-Hulk Disney Plus series.
I can't tell which one it is.
An event that honestly changed reality forever. And like
it did when
altered lives. It caused trauma. I mean, it was like, you know, it was I mean, hey, look, let's be honest. It's been scientifically proven that the show Disney Plus series is responsible for every major catastrophe that's ever happened and devastated humanity throughout history.
It is.
Are
you sure?
She connected to all of it. Yep.
No, she didn't.
Yep. I saw a documentary, right, with really solid, credible experts like Jar Jar Binks.
Blame it on She-Hulk.
Crackhead Whitney Houston. Rachel Dolezal. You know, and you know, the fucking butt-faced fucking animal from from Shang-Chi was there. Right?
What?
Yep. You didn't see Shang-Chi.
No, I didn't.
No, so you have no idea about the butt-faced animal fucking thing.
Butt-faced animal?
I don't know its name because it was so fucking stupid.
Okay.
You know, it was one of those things I just forgot immediately because I was like, what the fuck? See, that's what I'm talking about, Sally. Until you see that shit, you just won't know what I'm talking about. You want to talk about some fucked up shit, man. When you see that shit. You remember me smile, folks. She will. She'll be laughing. She'll be like, oh my God, that's what Jeff bet.
Yeah.
There it is. There's that fucking butt-faced animal. What the fuck is that? How does that catch the story?
Johnny Depp is perfect.
For real. I mean, seriously. Ben Kingsley is this fucking Oscar nominated, Oscar winning, like stage acting fucking actor, right? And shit and whatnot, right? Classically trained actor.
Mm-hmm.
Go over here, fucking shows up on the set to go fucking like shoot some scenes and shit and whatnot. They're like, hey, what's going on? Just so you know, you're gonna be connected and tied up and partnered up with some fucking like weirdo animal and shit that has no fucking face but an ass for the rest of all your scenes. You're gonna be talking to it and shit.
Mm.
It just makes noises and shit. I'd be like, fuck you, pay me. No, I wouldn't. I'd be like, you know what? Just let me get drunk as fuck first before I even try to step into the scene and take this shit seriously.
Yeah.
I'm serious. I couldn't even imagine having to act with green screen and whatnot and everything to like a pillow or a box.
Mm.
Like imagine something.
Johnny Depp is perfect.
Sally, what are you doing? Are you hatching like your grand scheme right now during the show or what?
I am hatching my grand scheme to meet Johnny Depp.
To take over the world?
Yes.
Fuck.
Johnny Depp will be involved in that world domination plan.
I'm
just looking at pictures of Johnny Depp right now.
I'm no professional or whatever, but I can somehow.
I shit you not. This is what I'm looking at.
I can somehow manage to pull my cell phone out during shows and whatnot and do whatever I gotta do on it quick and still like not look like I'm fucking completely like writing a book while I'm on the show or whatever, right? Sally gets up on her phone, right? She's not even on the show anymore. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Am I not even on the what the
She's like not even, you know what I'm saying? It's like she's in a different reality.
Johnny Depp.
I get it, Johnny Depp or whatever. I get it.
He's so hot.
Yeah, I know. What the fuck? I know that. Again, I don't understand. I can tell when men are attractive just like you can.
I love him so much.
Differently.
He's so good.
Oh man, that's all.
He's so good.
I'm not afraid to admit that I can see why you see Johnny Depp as attractive. I see him as attractive too.
Edward Scissorhands. Sexy as fuck.
Oh yeah, no. I mean he definitely looked better when he was younger.
No, but like Edward Scissorhands is sexy as fuck. Have you seen that movie? It's so good.
Yeah, he looked better when he was younger and he had more weight on him and whatnot and everything. He looked fuller. His face was fuller. He had longer hair. But
to be fair to him, he was in an abusive relationship for like 3 years. So that'll put a toll on you.
What are you trying to tell me, Sally? That asshole bitch fucking like lying ass piece of shit chick fucking was beating his ass so hard that he lost weight?
No, it just takes a toll on you. Like being in an abusive relationship takes a really big toll on you, you know?
Heroin before and crack and shit and whatnot and everything and all that. Believe me, he's fucking experienced more shit than the abuse he took from that asshole chick.
Oh, I know. He was also on crack.
It was his pocket that got fucking hurt, not fucking
he had a mega pint of wine that one time.
It
was a big deal.
Johnny Depp can handle pain, believe me. He ain't worried about it. Right?
Yeah, true.
You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't be surprised if Johnny Depp's the kind of dude where, like, with a chick, where if she did like go too hard, he would just straight fucking deck her. I can see him doing it too. I can see him having that in him, that ability.
I find Tim Burton really attractive too for some reason.
Okay. Honestly, I cannot even mentally picture Tim Burton at all.
I'll show you.
I mean, no, I mean, I kind of do, but like, I mean, yeah, I don't know.
That's Tim Burton. He's like the best director. I love him.
I don't really find him attractive at all.
I know.
I don't.
Hold on. Helena Bonham Carter.
Oh yeah,
gorgeous.
But again,
drop dead gorgeous.
The difference is that I've seen Helena Bonham Carter talk like in interviews, like on like guest appearances and shows and whatnot. I like her vibe when she's not like acting. Tim Burton is dry and boring as fuck. Whenever I've seen him talk to the media or whatever, or do interviews or whatever, whatnot.
He can be a bit
to me that he's like a really interesting, cool guy to hang out with at all.
He seems like he's more
and like
he seems more chill.
I thought
really chill.
Last time I checked, I thought women cared about that kind of shit.
He seems chill.
There has to be. Cool. I thought women were all about like you have to have like connections besides just fucking,
She got those roles not because she was fucking him.
Oh no. Listen, hey, who people love and get or with or whatever, whatnot is. I mean, come on. Look, like.
You think she played Mrs. Lovett just because she was fucking the director? She didn't.
That was my point. No. What do you mean? How did you?
Sorry.
Sorry,
I just said fucking.
Hell no. Are you kidding me? No, I don't get it. Again, I've watched Hell about Carter talk. I couldn't even. You think I can't even see her ever
He's
be
entertaining?
You don't think I could ever even see her personally being willing to casting couch some shit? Fuck no. I don't see her being like that at all.
She's really entertaining though.
I don't see her as being the type to like that would be down for all that and would like just suck some fucking dude's dick just for a role.
Yeah, people accuse her of that because she was in a lot of Tim Burton movies while she was dating him.
Nah, whatever. That's fine. I look. It's like anything, right? When I worked in the restaurant industry growing up, right, for years because my mom fully managed, like a large, very popular, heavy traffic 365 restaurant in Cooperstown, steakhouse in Cooperstown called the Peppermill, and I worked there during summers and then part-time during school years for like my whole ever since like 8th grade. My first job was bussing tables.
Yeah,
I was a good busser, man. I used to get at it. I used to get it, baby.
You were straight bussing.
I was getting it.
Bussing,
baby. I miss waiting tables, honestly. Honestly, Sally, I've had here and there, like I don't ever think about like missing work, but here and there, I do think to myself, like, damn, it would be really dope and cool and like fun, and like I wouldn't mind having like an extra, like part-time income or whatever, right? Too, like some extra play money, just to work out with or whatever, right? Or like to put in the leading edge, like I thought, like I think to myself, damn, I'd love to like go work part-time and wait tables again. I loved it. I honestly, I always did. I loved it. It was fun.
I like working too.
Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, like now that I look back at it, having fun while I do things has always been something that has really been important to me my whole life. Right? At my jobs, everything. Like it has to be fun.
Yeah.
Or I have to find something. I have to feel competitive in it.
All right, night, Jeff.
Oh, you're out? Okay.
I think we're both out.
Oh, okay, geez. I didn't know. Well, all right. Well,
I'm not sure. It's been an hour and 15 minutes. I don't know.
We have a private chat. I mean, fuck.
Sorry, man.
Jesus Christ, man. Okay. Well, there you go, folks. That was a very smooth departure.
I'm kind of done.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Hot D.
Yeah, that's what you get for that, Sally. That is one demerit, bitch.
Hot D.
Yeah. One demerit. There you go. All right, folks. Well, you know what? You heard the boss. Sally says that we're done. We got this fuck out of here. So,
I mean,
well, Sally tells me I'm done. I listen. All right. So, and you should too. Just like you should subscribe to the MCU'S Bleeding Edge, support us, right? And do us a favor.
Support us.
Try not to laugh so hard that you fucking die. Oh yeah, baby. You know it.
The fuck.
Oh, do it. Okay,
the fuck.
Oh yeah, baby. You gotta get it, baby.
The fuck.
You gotta get it.
The fuck is in the air.
Yo, I'm telling you right now, that baby like motherfucker. Getting after it, baby. Getting after it.
The fuck.
That's a real gangster right there. Anyways, folks, we love Sunday MCU girl. Belated happy birthday to her from everybody.
Thank you.
From the entire Bleeding Edge community, whatever we have, whatever you are, whatever number you are.
Thank you, everybody. I'm 23 now.
I know you all agree that you wished Sally a happy birthday on her birthday, right?
23. Woo!
Oh, you missed it, so there you go. Best you can do is there you go.
I missed my own birthday.
Hey, it happens, Seriously.
My parents didn't arrive to my own birth.
I mean, I missed my penis one time. It fell off. I didn't find it and shit, but I didn't have it. Some chick tried to come over and hang out with me one night. No penis. I was like, what the fuck? What was this do here?
After that, I've never been.
But you know what's so bad about it is that in the comic books, Adam Warlock had such a huge role.
He did.
The Infinity story.
He did.
I think people were expecting him
way before now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
long before now. He should have been in the Infinity Saga.
I don't think it's going to make a lot of sense myself. I don't know how they're going to make it. I don't know.
Because nobody asked for him.
You know what I love, guys? I love when somebody like is on here, like Jermaine just now. He was making a drink or whatever, or taking his drink, and then he looked around and saw the shit I threw up on the screen on the bottom or whatever, the text. And I see people's facial reactions to the stuff I throw up, and it's hilarious, dude. It really is. I love it. I'm telling you, I like making you guys happy and making things interesting.
Oh, can I say one more thing that I'm looking forward to? And I think everybody will agree with this. I want to see Rogue come back.
Yes.
Take Captain Marvel's powers.
Yes.
And that would be it for me. That's
then you don't have to have Brie Larson anymore.
That's it. No more Brie Larson. You could put her in that coma in the hospital they did. You can leave her there. You can leave her there. Yes.
You know what, too? You need to hire somebody for Rogue that's not a little 14,
girl.
15-year-old kid.
Yeah.
You need to hire a
woman.
An actress.
Wait a minute.
A woman
Didn't the chick? No, wait. The chick who played Rogue was what's her name from True Blood?
Yes.
Yeah.
But she was a kid when she played it, though.
Right now.
No,
she may have been a kid back then, but you watch her on True
Blood. She
was?
Okay.
Yo,
I thought she was a teenager.
She looked pretty damn good in those shower scenes, bruh.
I thought she was.
Folks, all right, folks. Here we go. We got the man right here. The man.
I'm gonna die in like 5 minutes.
So we have two main storylines in
War Deathman,
the Federation and other
and myself
throughout the galaxy.
Back in the day,
we're talking about all four quadrants.
On Jermaine
arrived at Federation headquarters to discuss how to handle
that asshole Marie.
This while it is conceivable given the location of the Federation that representatives from all four quadrants could attend.
She's an arrogant cunt.
Basically, the first time we
she gets on the Leading Edge. I've talked to her before a couple times.
Potentially being brought into the Federation.
She mentions she's a lawyer every time you talk to her.
The decisions they will
every single time
might affect their use of or lack of use of the
I don't know if I'm paying attention.
The second main
I love watching Jermaine moderate.
Zora's sentience. Dr.
Jermaine is fun.
Brought aboard to help
Jermaine's a fucking good ass dude.
He is a sentient being.
Yeah, he's
Samus
fun.
has serious objectives.
That one, he has
so much
so
that
just like
Zora is
literally
basically
like
put on
it
trial,
just,
and other members of Discovery fight.
It brings a positive vibe to the whole.
We also learn.
I'm gonna drop off the face of the earth in like 5 minutes.
Go ahead, I don't care.
Members
okay.
of the crew.
I'll be all right.
I
was live streaming by myself and shit and whatnot before you ever fucking made content.
All right,
later.
Let's get
I ain't new to
started.
I thought we were done like 5 minutes ago.
We're
Okay,
not
bye.
Content anymore.
So
I made
the
this
Federation
content for
and
almost
other
4 years.
worlds
Iron
Peace,
Peace.
how to handle the DMA. Marie, let's start with a simple question. What evidence do we have that leads us to believe the DMA is indeed a weapon, or is it some experiment that has gone wrong?
Interesting.
The problem is that we don't have data. Like, we don't really have any information, which is a point that Burnham makes during the course of the episode. What we know is that it sort of looks like a whale eye, and it eats planets, and it punches its way through the galactic barrier. So all of those kind of point in the direction of weapon. However, we also know
at that point
nothing else.
Like, I was stoned.
It could have been it could be.
I just got those from smoking this fat joint.
Maybe a proto version of whatever species 10C is. We only have Ruan Tarka's word that there's a device at the center, mind you. No one else has been able. I mean, yes, he's created a model, but no one else has been able to create or acquire any further data on that point.
No idea.
So realistically, that's kind of the problem. That's the crux of the issue, is that we just don't know what's going on.
I don't know either. What the fuck are you talking about?
Gotcha. All right. So we have with us two special guests. We have Lord Deathman. He is here. He's going to respond to Marie real quick. But before he does that, I also want to introduce TrueKnowledge. Real quickly, in 5-10 seconds, can you both introduce yourselves to us?
Jeff, you want to go first?
I was about to say, you better not cut me off, Deathman, you son of a bitch. Anyways, yeah, I'm Jeff. Just call me Jeff, man. I'm telling you right now, I would be the most arrogant prick out there if I actually expected anybody here to freaking call me TrueKnowledge, man. Come on.
All right, Lord Deathman.
So only when you're in trouble. Gotcha.
Yes, I am the Lord
yes.
Deathman, but you can drop the honorific. You can just go with Deathman if that's easier for you. I'm a longtime Star Trek fan, and I just
Lord Deathman,
am
my
very grateful for
man.
the opportunity to talk with Jermaine,
my man,
and Jeff here, who I've met on other podcasts, on other shows. We were talking MCU stuff just the other night, and they told me about this particular show. I watched a couple of episodes on the channel. Great work, guys. And yeah, just happy to be talking about this episode.
Well, let me say this, Lord Deathman. I love calling you Lord Death. There's something about saying Lord Death.
I get to keep my honorific. Awesome. Let's keep the Lord and Lord Deathman.
All right. So, Lord Death, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about this? What evidence do we have that leads us to
Jermaine,
believe-
it's always good to know that if you ever end up in hell at the end of the day, at least Lord Deathman's down there to kick it with you.
Couple brewskis. Yes. All right. So what evidence do we have that leads us to believe the DMA is indeed a weapon? Or is this some experiment that's gone wrong?
You know, I don't really think that there is any evidence. I'm just going to kind of dovetail on what Marie was saying. Either way, we're lacking data in a data-centric world, a data-centric society. Data is supposed to be telling us everything, but we always have Burnham, who's good for a good gut reaction, right? This is what I think it is, and this is what I think we should do.
And we're going to do that.
Yeah, no
else.
matter what. Yeah. So our lovable rule breaker. But that being said, I think the jury's still out. What I really liked about this episode that I think is related to your question, Jermaine, is that this is an episode that really sort of puts Federation values front and center. You know, do we treat this as a first contact situation, or do we treat this as a weapon of mass destruction that's about to tear apart the galaxy? And for the first time in a long time, I have to say, I was ready to agree with Burnham. We really do need to treat this like a first contact scenario, and we need to go out on a limb and really see what's there first. Instead of doing a Kirk, we need to try a Picard here.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Okay, so as I said before, we have two different tracks going on with this particular episode. All right, so we have the Federation, do they, don't they? And then we also have what's going on inside Discovery.
Yeah, but I think Jeff's got a question on top of that. So let's go with Jeff.
Yeah, you guys got to explain this to me so I understand the history or the backstory of this or whatever. I've been very perplexed by this. Why is Sonequa Martin Green's character called Michael Burnham? Like,
she's named after her father.
Ah, okay. All right. Okay. That's all I needed.
They were hoping for a boy, Jeff, and it didn't work out.
It's weird. I mean, you know, she's about to get intimate.
Only to be raised by Vulcans.
Yeah, right. I mean, her and Book were about to get after her real quick, and he was like, "I love you, Michael," and I was like, "What?"
You know what? I always wondered about that, and I always thought that maybe somewhere, maybe in the original show, they had like an off reference to the first person who had who was a mutineer or whatever, and they named the person, but you know they wanted to include it in the storyline, so they had to change the name to boy's name but a female character. That's what I always assumed.
To my knowledge, actually, what they were trying to do is they were trying to play a little bit fast and loose with concepts of gender, and so the idea was they were going to give her this masculine name, and really it's just a tie to her father, which is necessary in light of the fact that she loses him in that Klingon raid.
Yeah, a boy named Sue, right?
Yeah, I just want to point out that if I had been at that conference, at that meeting with all the different representatives from the other planets and whatnot, I'm straight, but with some of those alien creatures that were going on there and whatnot, I don't care whether they're female or male. I would still get down with them.
It's good to know that's what you were focused on.
Yeah.
Good to know.
That makes Jeff eminently qualified to be a part of this discussion.
Yeah. Jeff, was it the butterfly people? Jeff?
I've got a hotness chart. It ranges from Andorian to Tellarite.
Yeah,
wait,
man,
Jeff,
it's all good.
Jeff,
If they got
Jeff.
different, yeah.
Was it the white guy, the butterfly guy?
No, I mean, if they've got different words for that kind of stuff in their language, if they're like, I'm a yak, then what I mean. As long as I'm feeling it, it's all good.
That's good.
I don't know, guys. We're getting, Will's gone full Princess Jasmine on us. We got to pull back a little.
All right, let's move on. All right. So at one point after Stamets, and I'm moving from Federation and I'm going into the Zora story. All right. So at one point after Stamets raises objections, Zora offers a compromise. Zora introduces a failsafe that will terminate her sentience if used. This failsafe would be given to the crew to use if Zora refuses to follow any future orders given to her. Given what we know and understand about Federation mores and principles, Brian, describe for us the potential ramifications of such an act.
Well, I think essentially it was to put the crew's mind at ease, but ultimately it boils down to the fact that she was willing to sacrifice herself for the rest of the crew if necessary. And I think that speaks volumes as to what type of a, and I use the term loosely, person that Zora is. And, exactly how she regarded the rest of her family or the crew of the Discovery. But the fact that she was willing to go to those lengths to put their mind at ease, it's like, it's like, would we be willing to do the same thing if we were under the same constraints? Would we be willing to say, all right, well, if I don't live up to your expectations, here's a gun, shoot me, or something. So I mean, it kind of, in my mind, it's like she's willing to go that far just to prove that she can be trusted.
Gotcha. William, what are your thoughts regarding the potential ramifications of destroying a sentient life?
Every Trek episode has its episode where every Trek show has its episode where there's that one where we have to discuss, is it or is it not a life form? And if you go back and watch certain episodes, and I believe it was the one where there was one where Data is on trial, there's one where the Doctor's on trial, so now we have Zora on trial.
Measure of a Man and author.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So with all that being
I have
said,
one job on this podcast. One.
To give us the titles of episodes. Excellent.
Look, I'm good at remembering first episodes and last episodes. Don't ask me to remember in the middle. like parallels who? But honestly, as far as the ramifications go, it would be immeasurable, in my opinion, because not only are you terminating a life, which is a crime within itself, you're terminating a new form of life. Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean you destroy it or destroy what makes it, or in this case, her. So we don't want to take that away from Zora. So I think I don't think I could put it into words what would happen if they did. I mean, I forgot his name. Guy with the glasses made it quite clear.
Dr.
Kovich. Thank you. I really like him. I wish I had like a figure of him to hang on my window or something to just stare at people as they come to the door.
He's like Dr. Strange. He's like Dr. Strange. He's like, he'll just give it to you.
I would hope.
Dude,
I hope
go
that
watch
he is
Scanners and then come back and talk to us. Just go watch Scanners.
I hope that he is. I low key hope that he is a descendant of Boothby. That's what I'm thinking. He's got to be. He's absolutely got to be. Like, period. You can't talk shit. I mean, anyway, that's the point. But yeah. No, definitely not destroy her, because I was just because of Calypso, we knew she wasn't gonna get destroyed. We already knew that. But that where she too can be seen, and they didn't necessarily have to. They metaphoricized it. They made it into a parable, if you will. But you don't necessarily have to identify it with a certain community in our time here. It could potentially be anyone. And that's what makes it interesting. It's just like, this is like open domain here, this particular story. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm thinking.
Lord Death, I heard you chuckling, man. What's going on? What are you thinking?
Well, I was thinking that you know, if you're raised and indoctrinated in this fandom, the death of sentient life is just unacceptable. And, you know, while Zora is also different, she's also unique. There is no other life form like Zora, which also makes the termination of her sentience unacceptable, right? So, you know, that being said, she's this amalgamation of the Discovery ship computer along with the sphere data and all of these other memories and new experiences that she's been having along the way. So the preservation of her life should be equally as important as the preservation of the entire Milky Way galaxy when talking in the context of the DMA and her hesitance to sort of give up those coordinates.
You know, you've got a point there, because like what a lot of people don't realize is, from Measure of a Man, is that Bruce Maddox actually has good intentions when he comes and tries to take Data off the Enterprise, because he's worried that Data is going to get destroyed. And so he's trying to, he's trying to make sure that that type of sentience can continue. I mean, he's a dick and he's very bad at his job, but yeah, that's inherent to Federation mores.
All right. So it looks like no one else is going to jump on. This is what we're going to do right now. So,
once again, Maria, stop the conversation.
We're actually moving along. We're actually moving along, sticking to the schedule this time.
Yeah.
So we're really good right now, guys.
Yeah.
Look at us demonstrating personal growth.
You never explained to me the whole dichotomy of how this stuff worked on here, so I didn't know whether I could say anything else or what was going on.
So excellent question.
Oh, man.
So what happens is this. So excellent question. So I'll ask a question and I'll direct it towards an individual person, and then the person after that person gets like a full minute to respond, and then after that, anybody at any point can respond.
Okay.
Basically, Jermaine had to come up with a way to rein me in, because, you know, there's only so much that I can do to keep the snark buried.
Well, I
was on the verge of getting the channel banned because I was cursing too much.
That was the least of your sins.
I'm a changed person. I am more spiritual with my kacha and my pa. Okay, so I am just there. You know, I am.
Give me that ear. Give me that.
Oh God, no! We're in full dad mode on you, William. Like, no.
Look, let's do this. Let's keep it moving. All right. So what I wanted to do to basically say, you know, hey, look, thank you, Jeff, because Jeff brought me on to his show, which actually inspired this show. Believe it or not, like not many of you all know this.
What a surprise! I would make something like that happen, man.
So I just wanted to give Jeff about 2 minutes to introduce his show to Star Trek, the Star Trek world, and then also tell us a little bit about himself. So Jeff, tell us a little bit about MCU's Bleeding.
I want to shout out Bandmade and show off my Bandmade t-shirt first. I just got my first Bandmade t-shirts in the mail today or whatever, and Bandmade is like literally the dopest live like rock band in the world right now. So like if you don't know about Bandmade yet, you better come correct. You know what I'm saying? And go check that shit out. Because I'm telling you right now, it's their sound is pretty impactful. They're certainly very unique. But anyways, so I'm Jeff, and I'm the co-host of the MCU's Bleeding Edge YouTube channel and podcast. And basically, I wanted to just mention that off that last topic, of the whole sentient life deal and everything and whatnot. I was like, I didn't find any of that whole conversation and like that set of scenes all that impactful really or whatever. I was whatever about it. I was more concerned with the whole deal with like the whatever girl or boy or whatever, the guardian person or whatever that's like is kind of androgynous looking or whatever, like
you mean gray?
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out, hey, I'm down with the whole gender bending woke stuff, like it's cool with me, but like I was trying to figure out what was going on with that person, like you know what I'm saying, like
Short answer, he's a he. It's good.
Is it? Okay, I couldn't tell. Oh, and also, some of the aliens that they have on the show, like the Council of the Worlds and everything and whatnot, are seriously interesting looking, man. They got some interesting looking aliens over there.
You know, it's kind of nice, I gotta say. Like, I mean, they've diverged so significantly from the like, let's see how creatively we can make forehead ridges aesthetic of the 90s.
I mean, but is it okay to say that I cracked the hell times looking at some of them the first time? I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful.
I mean, let me guess, you cracked the hell up at the DeLorean, the guy that's got like the.
I don't know. I mean, there was just a couple of them where I looked at them and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
It's sci-fi.
I guess we're so used to it that it doesn't even bother us anymore. All right, so let's move. Thank you, Jeff. Hopefully, you've explained your.
Oh, Jermaine, I want to say thank you for letting me come on the show, man. And I'm really glad. Hey, at the end of the day, there's nothing cooler or more like humbling than like knowing that like anything that I did with you in our friendship or whatever, caused you to end up putting together something this wonderful, like, and putting all these people together and everything and building these connections and these relationships. Like to feel like I had any part in that in any way is just like humbling, and I think that's just like a result of like how quality like our friendship is.
That's awesome. Welcome to you and to Lord DM over there to our sandbox.
LDM's good too.
Lord DM.
Lord DM. You know what? I kind of like Lord DM. I like the Lord of the DMs. Oh my God.
Right? I mean,
Actually,
you know, like
is that why he doesn't show his face? It's like,
I mean, everybody coming into
like
this
a
is going to be like, this is a very different kind of podcast than I thought it was going to be with Lord DM in the title, but like, okay, we can work with this.
Deathman and me are kind of like an act. He's my straight guy. He kind of reigns me in
Indeed.
and whatnot. You know,
he's the ringmaster, and I'm just a day player on the bleeding edge.
Hey, if I was as cool as Lord Deathman, oh my God.
I mean, you would also have to have like a random skull instead of a Naruto hat.
All right, let's move on. Let's get back to it. All right. So while the Federation is deliberating what to do about the DMA and its possible ramifications, Mr. Tarka turns to Booker and tells him, "Know your moment." Tarka has a device that will destroy what's at the center of the DMA. And let me tell you something. I don't care what you say. Really planned this moment from the very beginning with Tarka and tried to get Book to provide the emotional appeal that was necessary to get the Federation on board with destroying the DMA.
I swear, I really need you to walk back from your anti-Cardi stance. Like, I really do.
I think you know how I feel.
All right,
Okay?
Miles.
All right.
I mean, she can't help having been born part Cardassian, my dude. Like, come on.
Look, I realize the rest of you don't believe that, but you know, it's okay. She is the devil. I need you to understand. She is the devil.
First of all,
Whoa, somebody came prepared.
First of all, Jermaine, this is the look I'm giving you.
You trying to tell me to shut the fuck up? That's okay. No.
No. That's the sheer fucking hubris, lady. Like, you have the sheer fucking hubris to keep calling her a Cardi. Come on.
But she also said shut the fuck up.
Honestly, because I'm trying
She
to...
may or may
first of
not
all,
be
I
my
never
favorite
said
character
that.
from Picard. Like, I'm not even going to lie.
Bloody Cardis
What I'm
can't
trying
be
to tell
trusted.
you is, how did you decide for me that I didn't believe you when you said that she was the devil? I thought we had already cleared this up. Now, I'm trying to be well behaved over here, Jermaine, and you're really bringing me out my shell.
I'm talking about the majority. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the majority.
No, he's
You
looking at
included
me.
me in the
He's looking at me
conversation.
because I do not, in fact, think she's the devil.
I got you, Marie. That's fine. But I'm talking about him.
Y'all, I've just been written off. I don't know how to
Okay,
feel about
yes,
this.
I reached my hand up. I am not talking to you. I am talking to you.
Sorry, Jeff. You know, we tried to behave for you, Lord Deathman, but
But
like,
I digress. In response to Tarka, Burnham highlights for everyone that the possible result of such an action would cause an isolating burn. This potential burn would affect warp travel in the specific sector the explosion were to occur in, but also has the potential to affect warp travel all throughout the galaxy. Brian.
Yes.
What evidence do we have that the Federation and non-Federation worlds are primed to go against the regular standing orders of the Federation?
Okay. Well, basically, as far as I can understand it, everybody's scared. Marie pointed out this thing eats planets, and it does it like that. So people, yeah, exactly. It's basically like a spatial Pac-Man of sorts. And essentially, everybody's scared that maybe their planet's going to be next, or something like that. So they're willing to jump to drastic solutions to try to solve this problem. And I think Burnham is basically trying to get everybody to realize that it may not be the result of an actual attack, and we need to come about this from a Federation standpoint of let's go talk to them and find out what's going on. And she even says, not everybody here is from Federation worlds, but I think we can all learn from its ideals. So that's my piece.
Jeff, I'm interested. What were your thoughts about the episode so far? Like at this particular point in time, what were your thoughts about the episode so far?
Can you tell me where the episode we're talking about exactly?
We're kind of in the middle at this point. At this point.
Do you remember the cat fight between the two that were dating? Because we're right about there.
Yes. Okay.
I called that shit out.
I know.
Everyone
I hate
did.
you for it. I hate you all. I hate you all.
No,
With love,
it's okay.
but I hate you all.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So Jeff, what were your thoughts at this particular?
So basically, I mean, I was kind of like, kind of trying to acclimate myself to the show and everything and whatnot, because I'm just going to put it out there as a disclaimer. Like, I've still got to go back and watch the first 3 seasons. I started the episode 1 of season 4 to get ready for the show, and I watched all the way from 1 to 7 today. You know what I mean? So, hey, everybody give me props for sitting down and grinding through all those episodes, man. Like that was
absolutely, brother.
You know what I'm saying?
No. I will give you props when you make it all the way through season 1.
Hey, man, I had to get stoned like 17 times during that period. So I mean, geez, put a lot of stress on me.
And let me know if you would sleep with one of those Klingons.
Well, I mean, I'll sleep with 3 Klingons if you want to throw them all at me, bruh. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Like,
no. Go back and watch, and then come back and report.
No.
Because 3 times 2 equals 6. Okay.
Will, you're testing the wrong man.
Listen, I like a challenge when it comes down to it at the end of the day. So I mean,
It's not like he knows what I'm talking about.
Whatever those Klingon chicks have got, like whatever they're working with or whatever, at the end of the day, they can bust it open on me, and I'll go ahead and teach them something that I know. I'll tell you right now, I'm not afraid.
He's trying to.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? I would just have to step up and. But
no. Manny, you went to that terrible TNG episode.
Oh, but no, I mean, I was trying to acclimate myself with the show still, you know what I mean, at the same time while paying attention to the issues of the episode. So at that point, I was kind of trying to understand the dynamics and the relationships, I guess, that are going on interconnectively between all the different characters and whatnot and everything that pop out throughout the course of the episode. Trying to understand the dynamic with the president of the Federation or whatever she's called, and her dynamic with the captain, with Burnham, and the chemistry and everything and dynamic with the different cast members and characters and whatnot.
Note, Jermaine, I have yet to hear Dirty Cardi once.
So anyways, there really isn't anything to me that I can think of that stood out to me that I would really talk about. But I guess I was just kind of rolling with how the episode was unfolding, and at the same time trying to still figure out kind of the whole vibe of the show, still, you know what I mean? And I mean, from what I understand of the first 3 seasons, there's characters that aren't even there anymore, from those seasons and whatnot and everything. So it looks like I've got a lot of back work to go do.
Naturally.
And Michelle Yao was on the damn show, man. Why did I have to miss out on that?
She's amazing.
Why?
She's amazing.
She's don't worry. We're sure we'll see her again in the future. I'm pretty sure.
Hopefully.
So, can I field this? Can I
Yes,
field
please.
this? Because I have a thing I want to say. So Michael Burnham, cleaves really hard to, the spirit of the Federation here. Even though she knows it's going to cost her extensively, because there's this entire proxy discussion that's going on, which is basically Book and Burnham breaking up. But Burnham's exhortation is that we should be the best versions of ourselves, no matter how difficult that may be, no matter how much it may cost us, that we are better in the long run for doing that. And that really, really, really boils it down to what the Federation and what I think Roddenberry's original vision, aside from the whole sex thing, really was for the future. And that's one of the things that makes Star Trek so unique. It's not dystopian. Like, it conceives of a humanity that gets its shit together and wants to do better.
Not only wants to do better, but has done better significantly.
And even when they don't, even when they stumble, even when they fail, they get up and they keep on trying, which I think is also significant.
So I just want to pick up real quick on something that Manny said in the chat. He said, "Can this compare to an isolated explosion?" So I do recall what Manny said. I think it was on the last live show, maybe, when we went on that kind of like short rant on technology, and I think that's what Manny was talking about. And I think this is basically Burnham responding to what we were talking about, and I think that kind of confirms what Manny was saying. That this.
So yes, Manny, Burnham was actually taking notes on our last show and was drafting from your notes.
Yo, it's like 4 different things from our last show that came up that we talked about. That was in this particular show. Yeah.
I know, man. Like, I was just like, whoa. But I think this is isolytic technology. I think Rowan Tarka makes that point, that this is isolytic technology, and he's legitimately going for the easiest solution that's going to get him the power that he needs to jump universes, and he doesn't really give a shit if that means ripping apart a sector.
Yeah, he's willing to do whatever it takes. Yeah.
And you kind of have to ask yourself, like, when you were on the side of the dude that wants to rip space apart, if you are making good choices.
That's what I'm saying. That's all that I'm saying. But look, that's a way.
He gives me Eobard Thawne vibes.
Oh, he gives you what?
Eobard
Thawne.
Wrong fandom.
He is Judas.
Look,
she's the
I'm
devil,
saying,
and
no, because in season 1 of Flash.
No. Do you know who he is? Do you know what his previous role was?
No, I don't.
Sadavir Ehrenreich on The Expanse.
Oh, I don't remember his character.
That is Sean Doyle.
See, I didn't know that.
Wait a minute, the
I'm
rich
just
guy.
telling you, he gives me them vibes.
No, he's the guy who was closely aligned with Shohreh Aghdashloo's character, and ultimately he ended up conspiring with the Owls, and he gets taken down because he was involved in some really shady nonsense.
Okay.
So apparently Sean Doyle is literally just making a career out of being this guy.
He is Judas. He's Judas.
See, in my opinion, I think Book and the other guy are kind of. I don't think their motives are aligned. I think they're working towards the same ultimate goal, which is to destroy the DMA, but they're doing it for
different reasons.
Way different reasons. Tarka.
I think Rowan Tarka is taking advantage of Book's intense grief.
Right. But also, Book is taking advantage of
who's
Tarka's ability to destroy the DMA. So they're essentially.
But again, we're supposing that that's accurate. We are giving Tarka the benefit of the doubt and saying that, yes, this is in fact something he can do. There's no reason to assume that.
Agreed. I mean, he said it himself. There's no guarantee it'll work, but we have to try. But his motives for wanting to try are starkly different from everyone else's.
I think Tarka really represents the Star Trek's version of the mad scientist. There's always that scientist in Star Trek that wants to sort of break some theoretical boundary for their own glory, right? It really doesn't have much to do with the status quo or helping everybody out. And I'm kind of liking that side of it, because as a fan who sort of misses the more conservative aspects of this fandom, I do think Tarka brings that back. There's a calculatingness to him, a ruthlessness to it that we're not seeing so much in this somewhat more inclusive and I would call softer vision in the third dawn of Star Trek. Whenever I think of Rillick, who I think of them as counterparts, I really do get special feelings, because a hybrid Bajoran,
I feel like you're going to have to
bloody,
elaborate on those.
bloody Cardi, not a dirty Cardi, but a bloody Cardi.
Oh my God.
You've got a Bajoran, a human, and Cardassian hybrid. That's going to make for an interesting night out.
Jermaine, Jermaine.
Yeah, I kind of like her. I don't know how the rest of the
Dude, DM, you are literally saddling us with this crazy for the rest of the run.
Please,
Thanks,
please. Yeah, I would. I'd hit that.
That man.
Awesome. We're going to take the confidence and we're going to like filter down to like her tappability.
Peace and long life.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like Ruan Tarka drives me nuts, because Ruan Tarka is literally that asshole man in the center of the room that's been like, I know everything. I'm the best. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
but they make him relatable.
You see this guy at tech conferences.
Marie, all I gotta say, Marie, honey, all I have to say is the best sex is with the most toxic people, and that man.
Thank you, Will.
They make him
the guy's
relatable.
kind of a dick, yeah.
They do make him relatable at times.
I mean, and he knows it, and he doesn't care.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what makes him good.
I am literally not going to sleep with somebody who has no investment in whether or not I orgasm. So no, pass.
No one's had to marry him. I
think really,
I'm not even talking like
sex.
marriage. Like I'm literally talking like, if I am going to go through the effort of having a one night stand with this dude, by God, I need to be guaranteed like at least one orgasm.
See, here's the thing. I think Tarka's the kind of guy who just
you might have 10
that you
know.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Every damn woman deserves at least one orgasm anytime you do anything with her. Come on now. Like, I'm telling you right now, if you're a damn man and you can't give a goddamn woman at least one freaking orgasm when you play with her, then bro, you need to just wrap it up, kid. Just quit.
Note he says at least one. Note he says at least one.
Because I mean, dude, I'm pulling 47, 65 out of them left and right. So I mean, at that point, you brothers at least got to pull off one, bro. Come on, dog.
You know what? Even I'm not taking that road. Like, I want everybody to know. I want everybody to know. I am not chasing down that rabbit hole.
And this is the rabbit hole. This is the rabbit hole. Okay, you are right under me. Okay. Like, I'm about to pull you on down here and have a talk with you.
Like I said, Jermaine, this episode represents personal growth.
If I was a woman and I met a dude with
growth, Marie, I am trying.
Okay. All right. So let's move on. All right. So we see this great scene, y'all. We see this great scene in the episode where we're going between both storylines. On Discovery, we see them debating the merits of sentience and its ramifications. And at Federation headquarters, we see them debating the merits of basically overlooking the Prime Directive, something that has been the cornerstone of our understanding of Star Trek and its possible ramifications. William, this is your opportunity. Can you please compare and contrast what was happening there? Also, when you're done, can you also compare this episode with other pivotal moments within the Star Trek universe?
He's not asking you anything hard.
Funny. Okay, so I got the second question down packed. As far as the thank you, Manny. As far as the first question, can you reiterate that one more time?
Sure. It was your question. Can you please compare and contrast what's been happening
I got the second question. I just want the first one.
That was the first one.
Compare and contrast.
Yeah, compare and contrast
Okay,
what's
you want me to
happening
compare
between
and
those
contrast?
between what's happening at Federation headquarters and what's happening with the Zora storyline.
Talk about the cinematography, dude.
Okay.
Lens flare.
I mean, it's
No, I'm sorry. We'll go for it, man. Go for it.
I feel like y'all are afraid for me to speak now. Like,
No,
it's
no,
okay.
I'm rooting for you because I've got to come next. I've got to respond to you. So,
bet.
like, I need you to pull out some
I
genius.
bet you will. Okay, as far as compare and contrast, yeah, let's start with the cinematography. It was beautiful. I don't know. It was what the hell, Jermaine? Like, what? Calm yourself, Barney. So, look, this is what I think. I think it was definitely well done. To compare both scenes, it was basically an establishment of trust, an exchange of information, an exchange, and then thus forming.
Y'all, Manny's behind the scenes,
and you can see that there. And you can see that there is doubt on both sides, and I will say, during this, as far as cinematography goes, I'm sorry, I got to give it a B-. Like, because, and it's great, it was good, I'd watch it again, but it's just like there was some of it that, because I could tell what they were trying to do. They were trying to make one flowing, coherent phrase between, between the two characters. And I felt like it wasn't at 100%. I felt like it was like at 81. And that's fine. No cinematography is going to be perfect. It's subject to opinion. But you can kind of see that between the two scenes. Now, as far as comparing it to Past Trek, this really gave me a lot of TOS movie vibes. Specifically the scenes, I mean, aside from Kittimer, I'm ignoring all that for now. It was when Kirk actually got demoted to captain. And I believe this was in The Voyage Home, that end scene. And you just saw this whole room just full of aliens from different, I won't say different all four corners of the galaxy, but definitely all four corners of the Alpha Quadrant. And I liked the aesthetic. I like how they did the makeup. I loved all of it. And they kept the blue. I'm really happy about that. There we go. So, I mean, yeah, that's a lot. Alpha is just a lot. But yeah, it really gave me a lot of those vibes. And I was just like, oh, cool. We're actually, and it's like I'm seeing growth in Michael Burnham again, just like we had to see growth in Kirk, which makes me very, very happy. So, we never actually saw the scene with the with when the Kittimer Accords were formed. We just saw the place where dude almost got shot. That didn't happen until after the Enterprise C. But so it's like really, really cool that isn't rushed like the end of Enterprise. It's really, really cool to see this. My question is, who I'm actually
Marie, let's go. Marie, let's go. Marie, let's go.
Hey, when by Federation and alien law,
listen,
13 is the legal age.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Not unless
this is not
you
that.
are in
This is not that kind of podcast.
Not unless you are in Ocampin.
And then you're geriatric because they only live to 9. So Manny has commented on YouTube that he thinks this was heavy-handed, and I agree. I think it was, but I also think that the heavy-handed comparison is necessary to explore some of like the thematic development that we've got going here, because whereas Burnham and Book end up working at cross purposes and separating, what we've got with Stamets and Zora is a coming together, which is perfectly in line with the the thematic underpinnings of the rest of the series. You posited ages ago, ages and ages ago, that the writers' room wanted to deal with some of the ramifications of COVID. And what they've been offering us up until this point has been, a foil for how our actual response has gone, and with this whole idea that it is necessary for us to form a community, to link up with each other, that we need to work together in order to overcome this obstacle. And I think book breaking away from that is going to be the exception that proves the rule going forward, because I do think that this particular season has been about embracing that sense of community, and the Federation fundamentally is about community and connection. So Tarka's not, I think it's significant here that Tarka's not offering book connection at all, right? He even says, don't confuse friendship with being friendly, but he's not offering any of that to book. He's basically offering a transactional relationship. And whereas Burnham is like, look, I get, you have this huge loss that you're coping with and not coping with fundamentally, but we're here for you. We are all invested in your well-being. And so there's this great moment in the trailer where Saru, and Manny has been behind Saru the entire freaking season, so go Manny, where Saru actually looks at Burnham and he says, I think you're the only one that can pull him back. And that's it, right? That's it. How do we reach out to these people who are angry and hurt and frustrated with all of these decisions? How do we extend that hand? So I think we're actually building up for a really major metaphor in the back half of season 4.
Excellent.
So this was a mid-season finale. This isn't.
Yes.
The next episode isn't going to be the last episode.
No, not at all. All right.
Okay.
So let's move. Because remember, we have one more question, and then we have our predictions. All right. So Brian, how do you think Zora being a member of the crew will affect the overall direction of the show? What might we explore as a result?
Okay, so basically, I think that with her joining Starfleet and becoming a member, like an official member of the crew, I think in the short term, it kind of assuages any doubts that the rest of the crew might have over her ability to follow orders or, any of that stuff. But in the long term, I think ultimately it's going to help her become more. It's going to help her come more into herself a little bit better, to figure out who she is as a, and I use the term loosely, a person on the show. But ultimately, long story short, we're getting a new character for all intents and purposes. And basically, with all the emotions and everything like that entails. And I think in a small part, we don't have to worry about, whether this new life form is going to go away or not, unless, of course, something catastrophic happens and the ship gets destroyed. But then again, it wouldn't be Discovery. But going forward, I think ultimately we're going to be able to see how the characters of Discovery deal with having a new life form and essentially guiding her into becoming what she, her ultimate self, as it were. And I think that's going to be rather interesting to watch how she evolves as an individual.
And eventually has the good taste to fall in love with Aldous Hodge. Let's not
I was
overlook
actually
that.
about to
Now
ask
that's a
Brian-
fair point.
If I may, if I may, can I ask Brian a question?
Go for it.
May I ask Brian a question?
Yeah, by all means.
Between this particular episode and Calypso, how far do you think Zora has to go now? Or how close do you think she is?
She said
refresh
900
my
years.
memory.
She
Refresh
said
my
900
memory. What
years.
Calypso? Which one was that?
That's a short trek. Yeah.
I actually haven't seen any of the short treks, so I can't really comment on.
She specifically said in the short trek, she said it's been over 900 years.
Okay.
Look, it could have been over 900 years since the time they went in that wormhole. Okay, that's open to interpretation until I see any other evidence that proves otherwise.
I don't know.
Now,
I am still holding out that we're gonna get like Aldous Hodge back. Like I'm really hoping that he's floating around out there and we're gonna get him.
do you want me to
y'all
send
were
him
talking
like
about
some
having
fan
900
mail for you?
I'm sorry. I thought y'all were talking about somebody having 900 years of not having sex. I was like, damn.
No,
No,
we're talking about the
essentially
computer.
that's
We're
what
talking
Zora
about the
is.
computer.
Yeah, Manny does have a good point that Zora, that when they were talking about extracting her, they said that she could be put into another form, whether it be a synth body or some other kind of.
I mean,
thing
we
like
know they
that.
can build a golem, so
Yeah, but the question is, I mean, the thing is like basically Zora herself said, "This is what I am. I am the ship." And she didn't want to be anything else but the ship. So once again we come back to choice. Does she choose to become another form, or does she choose to remain where she is?
do you want
And-
Skynet? Because this is how you get Skynet.
Well, see, that's what
I don't
Stamets was
know.
worried
This is a
about
little different
because
than Skynet.
he was comparing Zora to Control. That's what he was worried about being the end result of Zora being able to gain sentience, only in this case with emotional ramifications, as well as just being able to rely on logic.
Okay, Jeff.
All right,
real
Jeff. I
quick.
feel like you're going to take this sideways. So,
Yes, and
I
so
am
that's
ready
why-
for the detour to Albuquerque.
So that's why Lord DM is going to come
No,
right behind
no,
him
we
and
are
kind
not
of like
doing that.
smooth
We
everything
are-
over. So come on, Jeff.
We
Let's
are
go.
doing really good.
Are you sure?
Let's
I
go.
mean, you never know. I might have something really connected to the show or something to get here. I mean,
No, we're
Oh,
waiting for the sex joke. So come on.
No. I wasn't even.
Hey,
This is
I'm in
reverse
charge of those,
psychology,
thank
Jeff.
you.
Okay. All right. So Zola, right? So Zora, we're so concerned about about her tangibility in terms of like her sentient life and everything and whatnot. What if she started like having like sexual conversations?
There we
with
go.
with other
Jeff delivers.
crew members or whatever, right? And all of a sudden
I've
she
just
started,
met
like,
you, and I knew that was coming.
and all of a sudden she started pretending
Ba-dum,
and
boom.
like saying that she was pregnant, and like that some dude on the crew or whatever was the father or whatever. Like, I mean, how do you handle that situation? Like, I mean,
Lord DM, how do you handle
I gotta
that
give you
situation?
credit. I gotta give you credit, Jeff. You have taken us past disapproving Jermaine into flummoxed Jermaine. So, like, well done.
no, you're kidding me. You should see him when he comes on my show. I have him where he's almost falling off his seat laughing and everything.
I mean, we just get angry daddy Jermaine, but no, you took him way beyond that.
As lascivious as Jeff's comments may be on the surface, they actually do have merit. If Zora is to move into a new form,
I hear you, straight man. Come
there
on.
is there's the possibility for her to explore sexual relationships, reproduction, all of those types of things.
I mean, if she's
come
not
on
real,
the table. If
and she's hitting me up for child support, like, is that tangible?
There's no currency in the future world of Star Trek. There's no money.
Years in the future.
I will also say you actually have to prove a tangible relationship between the paternal parent and the actual offspring in order to establish paternity and get child support. Not that I'm a lawyer or anything.
Okay.
William.
Lord, they took me out of my shell. They trying to bring Sebastian back. I just locked him away.
Oh, no. Let's keep Sebastian. All right, so let's.
I mean, the last time we tried this whole like computer romance, it didn't go well because it ended up going like completely left and involved Seven and Chakotay of all people.
Well, that's where we're going. If
had a good one though, she had it good.
Okay. No. I would take the Doctor over Chakotay like 7 days of the week.
This is too much.
There it is. There it is.
But I thought we've established this.
There it is. Jermaine is like, why do I let this person on my
in
show?
that one episode, we saw that nice brown booty. I mean, come on. Like, no,
wow.
Marie, so far, much of this season has been built around the exploration of community. Do we think this arc undermined those themes?
Like I said earlier, I really think this is going to prove the exception. This is going to be the exception that proves the rule. Do I necessarily know that Book and Burnham are going to be able to repair this huge betrayal and this huge differential? I don't know. I would like to believe they can, because by God, I would like somebody in Star Trek to have a successful romance that's not like Riker and Troy. But
our favorite couple.
Some days. But I really think that what they're doing with Book is they're positioning Book to be this kind of outlier, this kind of person who has been radicalized by his trauma. And we understand his trauma, right? Like, we can sympathize with Book and we understand reach into your soul, Jermaine. Reach into your soul. Find some empathy, my dude.
No, I'm responding to something in the chat.
Okay, right. Because we empathize with Book's loss. I mean, Book has lost everything, and so it's also completely normal in his culture to expect vengeance, right? Like, I mean, he even acknowledges that to the vision of his father, that it would be expected of him on Quajon to avenge this loss.
That was poignant, by the way. That whole thing was very poignant, just to put it out there.
Yeah, speaker of the
everybody,
dead,
Jeff has emotional depth. Well done.
Predictions.
No. The head of predictions. I want to hear what he's got to say.
When Discovery returns from its winter hiatus, y'all, we got 2 minutes left. We got 2 minutes left. What do we believe Species 10C will be like? Let's start with Brian. Brian,
well, we already know that they're beyond the galactic barrier. Beyond that, we know that they are capable of creating an anomaly that is massive and also has the destructive capability to destroy an entire planet in the blink of an eye. And ultimately, I mean, we don't know what their intentions are yet, but we can kind of guess. That being said, we don't know what they're going to look like yet, because there have been several species that have come from beyond the galactic barrier, or very near to it. For example, the machine species. Yeah, the machine species that created the ship for V'ger, they were very near the galactic barrier. The whale that almost destroyed Earth. So, I mean, it could be anything. But once again, we can't figure out what their intentions are until we go and say hi, essentially.
Marie.
So I'm actually going to throw back to Let That Be Your Last Battlefield, which is one of my favorite episodes from the original series. And I kind of wonder if Species 10C is still extant. If, in fact, their pursuit of either a weapon or an experiment or whatever has backfired so significantly upon them that not only did they lose control of it to the extent that it breached our galaxy, but perhaps it did substantial damage to them as well.
Lord DM. I'm sorry. I thought that was your end. I thought that was your end.
Well, as far as a prediction about species C10, is it?
10C.
10C.
10C. I don't really have one other than to say that it's all going to turn into some type of cosmic level Three's Company style misunderstanding. I don't really think it matters whether C3 is humanoid, hostile, or not. The DMA itself has really just been the sort of glue surrounding the themes of community, inclusiveness for this season. It's the MacGuffin, right? So I'm not necessarily making a prediction about what that species is going to be like, so much as what the consequences of whatever happens is going to be. I mean, there's only really one character on the show personally affected by what the DMA has wrought. To everyone else, it's a nice thought experiment. DMA bad, destroying planets, etc., etc. Book really is the only one with a real personal connection to anything that the DMA has happened with the DMA. So, keeping in line with the ideas of community, this sort of mid-season ender did what it had to do in terms of creating a little bit of tension, a little bit of mystery, putting the Zora thing out for us to sort of chew on until February 10th. But I really see the prediction is that we're going to see huge evolutions in these characters once we come back from the break. I think Zora's going to try on a humanoid suit, see how that goes for her. In the spirit of this, this Star Trek is more fantasy than speculative. I've always liked it a bit more on the speculative side, and there have been some pretty heavy use of what if I get to pick my own body, which feels more like a fantasy than an actual speculation. But to end rant, I
don't know.
think we're
Anne
going to
McCaffrey
see.
would disagree with you.
I'm sorry. Who is it that would?
Anne McCaffrey.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, like her entire the culmination of her Ship Who Sang series.
Indeed. Well, I put that out there lovingly to the group to sort of say to say that we've spent a lot of time with Gray and Adira, seeing things through their lens, understanding their experience, their I just feel like there's a particular bent in terms of the perspective on this episode, on this season so far, in terms of the ideas of community and inclusion. And I don't really think that the writers or that the series itself is going to put too much emphasis on what 10C is at the end of the day. Similar to what the Burn was. Burn, big tantrum.
Jeff. Jeff.
I agree.
Yeah. I believe that the culprits of the 10C are third wave SJW feminists that have come together and in their sheer hatred for men, they have become the NBA.
Wow. Jeff actually drove Will away from the camera. Like, well done, my
He's
dude.
going to get his water bottle. He went off.
No. Like that is mic drop worthy.
Oh man.
Lights off.
Is that positive? Is that like a compliment to me or
No,
not at all.
It is not.
Oh, okay. Jeez, I thought I was winning the award there for a minute.
Yo, yeah, you won an award, all right. No, for real, go ahead.
That?
I'm like that. Just go ahead.
Which award would that be, sir? Biggest player in the game?
We can go about this.
What up?
Yeah, let's say
yes,
that.
That's
say
it,
that.
That's
you know
it.
what? Yeah. Yeah.
William, prediction?
Absolutely. I will give you a pet card.
Prediction?
Okay. Prediction about 10C. All right. Before I say this, a little backstory, and I kind of mentioned it in the chat. This had better not be no small hiccup. This better not be no accident. This better not The most this needs to be is a trial run for some outer species, okay, for what they are doing. Because I ain't gonna lie, it pissed me off to find out a Kelpian that was sad over losing his mama. Not saying I don't know what it's like, because I do, but that pissed me off to no end to know that a little baby Kelpian blew up half the galaxy with one cry. All that being said, I have my own prediction. It's a little far-fetched, but I don't care. So I want to connect, and I've said this before, I'll say it again. I want to connect the motion picture to the evil machines in Picard and Discovery. I think it's the machines from that live in a whole other galaxy. And we got a glimpse of them in the motion picture because that's where they send V'ger back to. Okay, and to be honest with you, V'ger, that whole cloud wasn't that different than what we got now. It was not that different. I do not know why we did not have that conversation. The only difference is it threw a plasma ball at you and you dissipated. Which one do you want to be? Disintegrated or destroyed to bits? To me, it's the same giant cloud that just comes in and out of nowhere until it dissipates. That's
which gets me closest to Persis Kambata.
So as far as
gone too soon.
As far as Picard goes,
right?
Thank you. As far as Picard goes, we see that little red-black tear in the fabric of space-time where we see little tentacles coming through, and you knew they were not in our galaxy. You just knew it, okay? Otherwise, we would have been heard of them. And now I'm thinking, hey, maybe that same species, they just happen to be called 10C, almost sounding like a distinct version of 3PO, and now they want to test run, hey, let's see what happens if we send a space tornado all through the galaxy just to rain hell and high water on these people, just to see how much we can terrify them. By the way, on top of that prediction, as far as the prediction about Michael Burnham and Cleveland Booker, I'm glad his name is Cleveland Booker's relationship, I think they are going to come back together. They were separated because of President Devil Bitch, and they're going to come back together because of Tarka. The reason I think that is because Booker's going to see the asshole that Tarka really is, and then they're going to come back to the fold. They're going to be back together and all this other bullshit. Because to me, I think Tarka's the real bad guy. That's just what I think. Okay. Now, what else I gotta say?
So I think that's it. I think we're gonna call this section in the future rants. But real quickly, I'm gonna give my prediction. I'm thinking this whole thing is really just a device to allow Star Trek to move into another realm, meaning another galaxy, and perhaps this galaxy is chaotic and deserving of order. I'm thinking it's a great way to introduce Section 31 into this new galaxy, where another Federation of sorts could be introduced.
Jermaine, your agenda is showing.
Your whole agenda is showing.
Hey,
you know how
look,
you know how we feel about those.
Look, agendas. Yo, this ends our sixth live episode of Trekkers Delight. As I mentioned earlier in the show, Discovery is going on a mid-season hiatus. We won't see Discovery until February 10th, but don't stop watching us because we are committed to giving you the content of all things Star Trek. On next week, prepare for a live show from my friends who will give us content through our show, Black Trek. We're still going to provide you with additional content throughout the week. As a reminder, we'll post every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on YouTube and Anchor, Spotify podcasts. On Mondays, we will either post shows dealing with LGBT Trek or Fight the Patriarchy. On Tuesdays, we've got Techno Trek and What If. On Wednesdays, we have Black Trek and Section 31. If you want to stay informed with what we're doing on most social media platforms, look for us at Trekkers Delight. We can be found on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube. Again, our handle is at Trekkers Delight. If you have information you want to send to us, you can send that information to our Gmail account at trekkersdelight@gmail.com. That is trekkersdelight@gmail.com. Please like, follow, subscribe, add, comment, and share to stay delighted in Trek. As always, I'm Jermaine Watson, and you've been listening or watching Trekkers Delight. May you have peace and long life.
And thanks to our guests.
Yes. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for
overtime.
coming,
Thanks for joining, guys.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Hey, folks, how's it going? Hey, folks, how's it going? Sorry about that. Jeez, I don't like this look on my phone like this. Let me see if I can change this. So I got here. For some reason, my StreamYard on my phone, like through Google Chrome, is the website version. Like there isn't an app, so like for some reason I'm like this tiny box instead of the whole screen. I don't understand. Do I have the wrong camera going or something? What the hell happened here? It's very strange. StreamYard. Such a mystery sometimes. Boy, I'm telling you, I am becoming very capable these days of legit just going live for like 5 hours pretty much on any given show. You know what I'm saying? Which is cool. It's nice. And it's a indication of essentially again my not like having a desire really to get into again, we don't flush out or talk about politics on the bleeding edge and whatnot, right? We don't do left and right, and we don't get into people's personal lives, all that stuff and whatnot, so at that point, like it's not that I'm afraid to discuss my personal history and whatnot and all that and my past and all that crap. I mean, I'm a public person. I'm not hiding anything from anybody. But at the same time, though, I feel like if I tried to make my role on the bleeding edge one ever of making this some kind of vehicle for me personally as an individual, like my own individual content, almost if you want to say, like if you wanted to say, that's not what I want. That was never my goal, right? That was never what I wanted the MCU'S bleeding edge to ever be. It's not what I wanted, right? It's not how I think. And it wasn't where I was at that point in my content creation journey. That was the opposite of what I wanted, right? And I always knew that too. Very quickly, I learned in content creation that I didn't really have fun at all at times at all making individual content, right? I found things in it that I could make myself feel certain emotions, like excited or pissed off or challenged or in conflict. You know what I mean? Like it's evolution, right? I mean, that's how content creation is. It's a long-term game. It doesn't happen overnight. What's up, Dodger? Hey, buddy, you want me to fix your bed for you? Huh? Let me fix your bed? Let me fix it up for you, okay, bud? Let me fix your bed, okay? Let me fix your bed. All right? You're over here sitting on the floor and shit and whatnot. That's not good. There we go. I bought Dodger a brand new pillow for his bed, and he loves it. He's very happy with it. Right, bud? Huh? Did you get a brand new pillow? Did you get a nice pillow on your bed? You like it? Is it good? Is it good? Huh? Did we go to PetSmart? Come on. Did we get a new pillow for your bed? Look at that. Look at that thing. Dodger's a fucking king, baby. He's a king. Over here sleeping like a king. What up? Of course. Dude's a savage. Silent third co-host of the MCU'S Bleeding Edge YouTube channel and podcast over here. Just killing it without saying a word, as usual. Right, Dodge? Anyways, folks. I'd like to very much honestly to say to you, I'm not multitasking, just to be clear. I'm not actually trying to tangibly or preemptively do something else right now besides be on this live. I'm just I was looking for something I wanted to show you guys. Actually, hey big boy, what you doing? I wanted to show you, if you could even see it in this small picture. I don't think I've ever pulled any of this kind of stuff out before during shows at all, right? It's just I don't make individual content at all, right? Really? I guess. I don't ever have opportunities to do stuff like pull out things like that, right? So I have a lot of different collections, in book form, in hardcover form, storylines and whatnot, and everything from certain writers, from certain people from Marvel and whatnot, right? And history and all that, right? I'm not an avid and active comic book collector anymore at all. I'm not giving shit I am. I'm not. Honestly, if I ever debated anybody, and look, of course, I do talk to people who are collectors all the time, right? On a regular basis. And I enjoy it. I do. It's very informative and whatnot, right? And it keeps me in the know as far as what's happening with the comics, which I do find very valuable and very resourceful. I do. It's nice to have that baseline and be able to have at least some grasp of what's going on in that on the real time level, right? With certain characters, or just kind of what's going on, what the deal is, right? What the scope is, how things are, what the energy's like, right? In the comic book fandom itself, not that there's this massive that I know of or that I can connect with or talk about for about in any tangible or factual way, some kind of fucking separate sect of the MCU fandom and shit that's rebelled. Refuses to fucking watch television now, only reads comic books and all this shit or whatever, or something out there, threatening to have another fucking fake fucking attack on the Capitol of it and shit and whatnot, right? Or whatever, fucking that's not out there that I know of. But at the end of the day, I do still I don't all the time talk about or mention really during the shows because it never occurs to me, and I'm a very off the cuff person, right? I don't think before I speak at all. I never have. I've never had any cognizant memory in my entire life of ever having any feeling or sensation or creativity of or memory of ever thinking before speaking. I don't know how to do it really. I guess it's just something that is something that God and my parents gave me, right? And at that point, I try to view it as as a strength of mine, right? I don't feel rare because of it or whatever or special. I just feel it's part of me, right? It makes me who I am. It makes me a part of why I'm an individual. Everyone's an individual, right? But at the end of the day, we all go about it in different ways. And we all look at it in different ways and define it differently. And we view ourselves as individual differently. And that's natural, of course. It's instinctive, evolutionary, biologically, a part of us. It's always been there, right? In the human race. But in general, though, you know, not to like I'm trying to go all fucking like meta tangent here right now or some shit, but oh yeah, what? There you go, folks. How about that? How bleeding style can you get? Yes, I smoke cigarettes. I'm that old fashioned and stupid, right? But no. What do you call it? Oh, so listen. You know what? I just realized. See, this is how absent-minded I get sometimes with my ADHD. I forgot why I actually wanted to come in here really quick. Now, if there's like a little tiny like glitch right now with the service, it's just because like I'm gonna hit the Wi-Fi line. But basically, what I will divulge personally, right, and everything is that, like earlier and whatnot, during the video and everything, when you saw me talking, that was me talking to my dad, right, and who I love to death, you know, and my family and my mom, right, and my sister and brother, I have siblings and whatnot, right. I have younger siblings, and of course, I have 2 kids. That I love to death, that are great kids. I have a son, Trevor, right, that has been on the show, and I have a daughter, Isabella, that's been on the show, which I'm very like happy about, right? That we were able to make that happen. It's great, you know, to have that participation like of my own children on the show. You know, I don't know what like cyber or any of the guests thought about it or whatever, really, you know, but for the most part, they liked it. You know what I mean? I guess it just kind of surprised them, you know, that I would ever even like, you know, they don't know me like that. Like, I'm not like that normally I don't, you know, get into my personal stuff. So it was like, very surprising. I didn't like really talk about it, you know, ahead of time or like highlight it or like, you know, oh, you know, like I'm not like that. Right. And it kind of happened off the cuff and spontaneous too. So, at that point, I purposely limited the people on the panel because I was like, oh, well, they're my kids. I mean, at that point, like, you know, my son at that time, I think was 10 or 11, you know, I mean, he was like nervous and everything and whatnot. He didn't know what to say. You know, who would at that age? Jeez. But he did good, you know, like, I mean, shit. He's my son, right? He's a very intelligent, very smart kid, right? And a good kid. And, you know, I thank God very much, right? Like, you know, that for my children. And I thank very much their moms for my children. I do. I appreciate them. But no, basically, you know, I live with my family, right? And of course, I'd say everyone knows I live in Southwest Florida. And you know, where it's hot as fuck. And the hurricane was rough. Holy shit. And either way, so bottom line, you know, like, believe it or not, this is where I work a lot. Like, this is what, if you, I guess, right? Like, this is where I do research, is right out here. You know, out here, I like to sit. You know, I have a bad back and a bad neck, unfortunately. Like, I have some severe degeneration there that puts pressure on my discs and shit and all that, right? The unnatural curve of it and like pushover that curve that causes the degeneration of the spine and the neck, it puts pressure. All right. So at that point, you know, basically bottom line, like certain chairs, if they don't have enough like lower back support, it just really bothers me to sit for a long time. Right. Like it kills me at church when I go. But that's my own fault though, because the church I go to, I have to sit on bleachers, right? And they're not exactly like the most like comfortable like thing to sit on, you know. But I like the church, I do, you know. And I'm like the type. I'm very loyal and like to things that I, you know. I'm very I don't know what is it. I tend to stick with things that I feel comfortable with, right? That I trust, right? Where I feel comfortable. You know, and that I feel, you know, connected to, right? And at that point, the only problem with my church is it's a long drive, you know, for church. It's like literally like a 40-minute drive back and forth. So at that point, not that I'm trying to like get all religious, we obviously don't talk about religion at the Bleeding Edge either. This is the most I've ever talked about it. I have been looking recently and whatnot here, more close to me and whatnot, for one that's more like, you know, practical that I can go to. That's non-denominational and whatnot, right? Because I am a non-denominational Christian, right? But I am one, right? And I never hit it. Again, we just don't talk about all that on the show. And so I thought I'd close this one out, right? By actually just for once, just I guess maybe open it up a little bit. And you know, why not? Kind of just I guess how should I say it? I'm at a place right now in my path where I'm doing a lot of reflection on myself overall. I guess almost like a you know, introspective evaluation in a way, right? Of like where I'm at in terms of my evolution, right? Overall in life, and also as a content creator. And I'm trying to find balance more, right? I've been advised by my therapist that I work with, that's an actual sleep disorder specialist that specifically treats people who have like very, very, very severe insomnia. You know, and I'm very blessed and very lucky to have worked with a therapist individually named Todd. What up, Todd? Shout out, bruh. Who when I reached out to him, talked to him about it and whatnot, and let him know, you know, like asked him for help, essentially told him how bad it got, the insomnia, right? How rough it was. It's the reason why our podcast isn't caught up with the YouTube channel right now, right? Like we haven't had a actual podcast episode up since the Miss Marvel series. I think we're stuck at like Miss Marvel episode 4. It's just because I hit such a bad patch, you know, that it was hard. It was a struggle. I did the best I could, you know. I kept on putting bodies on the panel, right? That I thought were good people, right? And I kept on doing the shows, and I give my own self credit. I do. I'll give myself credit. I will pat myself on the back, because one thing I did manage to do throughout it was that even as hard as it got, as much of a struggle it was with the insomnia. Any of you who have had insomnia get real mad know what I'm talking about. It's rough. You know, but either way, I pushed through. And during that period, I managed to go ahead and lock down these Friday and Sunday shows to the point where now they're instinctive to me. Like I could not imagine not doing them, right? They're a part of what I do. Now, part of that balance I need to find is that a different type of instinctiveness, right? In my own life, where I have an instinct where I start to be more concerned and more cognizant of making sure that I'm making the kind of effort I'm making, like with content, in a different way, maybe, you know, to paying attention to my actual life, right? Like how I talk to other people, how I talk to my parents, how I treat my siblings, you know, how many times I talk to them, or that I don't talk to them sometimes, right? I can't help myself but, like, you know, end up in a personal place no matter what, anyway I go. Once I start evaluating myself, it's the forefront in my mind, right? You know, the people that I care about and love, and the ones that, like, if you don't love them, then there's something fucking wrong with you, right? You know, if you don't appreciate it, then you need to just fucking, like, go ahead and, like, you know, go live on that fucking that dimension that you know, exists out there, whatnot, where it's like Twister, the movie Twister. But it's like that 24/7, 365 Twister, the Twister dimension, right? Except hell, the Hunt's not there. Instead, it's fucking Nancy Pelosi with her fucking ice cream and shit. Over here, fucking, you know, cackling and shit and whatnot. Somehow still alive, getting after it. But no, basically, so you know, we've had some reshuffling here, right? Like, unfortunately, you know, and you know, with nothing, a single bad word to say, but nothing but appreciation for, like, her efforts and contributions and, like, time spent with us. You know, we don't have Alexis Haney anymore from Brother Jim Broadcasting Network, which, you know, honestly bothers me. It does. It hurts me. I miss her. I do. She's a great guest. She really is. Great guest. Great contributor. You know, very articulate, right? Well spoken and passionate. Authentically, right? Like, when she is passionate, it's real, and makes good points, right? You know, but at the end of the day, though, you know, like, when you do what we do and what I do, sadly, although of course, again, we're all, you know, our own people, I do have feelings, right? So, like, you know, I'm not bitter You know, like if anything, I mean, Renee Loki's mom's not with us anymore, right? Her and I had a little bit of a fallout, but I love her to death. I do. I wish her nothing but the best. You know, I'm sure that she'll keep on recording and doing shows over at the Podcast of Champions, right? ScarNotFreeforums.net and everything and all that. Sadly, we're sort of estranged from them too. And again, that's all just part of the process. It's all part of that evolution. It's part of that long-term thing, that long-term game, that long-term haul, that is content creation, is YouTube, is all of it, right? For 99 point something percent of us out there, at that point, hey, you know what? I guess it's kind of like, in a way, it all connects in some way, right, to something. And to something having to do in some way, to like something at the bleeding edge, for instance, right, with The Last of Us HBO series, right? Joel and Ellie, right? We watched them through those episodes, and other people, talk about, like, we watched them interact and how they live and whatnot and everything, right? And what relationships are like, what love is like in a type of atmosphere or environment where, again, it's a sort of post-apocalyptic vision of America, the United States, right? 20 years after, like, a fucking a infection day type deal where I forget the actual like premise or whatever, but I think like essentially on infection day or whatever in The Last of Us episode 1. Within like 2 months, I think like 60% of the entire world population is dead, right? Or infected. So 20 years later, they're living in this fucking society, this country where everybody has trauma, right? Like everybody's fucked up, right? Like everyone's affected by it, right? And children are growing up and being raised and whatnot, and then completely and like different and like contradictive and like alien manner, right, to anything we all would know and like be used to. But it's totally fine in their reality, right? And for me, I think at the end of the day, I believe that I don't feel a like real internal personal connection emotionally myself with these series or these TV shows or whatnot, right? Like that's not real. What I find is that I find parallels in the stories sometimes, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I do find things that I can see it myself in, maybe, or I find in common with me where, or I connect with where, where there's a pocket or like something like a special interest or an intangible about it that I like or that I feel connected to. But in reality, like my life is a regular life like everybody else's, like yours, right? Like all of you. Like all the wonderful, great creators that come on here and like are on the panel all the time and whatnot, right? Or that are great people, and work and are busy and, have spouses and, kids and friends and, lose family members and whatnot that die, and, Kyle over at True Believers and whatnot, but God bless his soul and whatnot and everything, good ass bad, great creator, excellent guest, great host, him and Kevin. I mean, he got COVID for the 3rd time recently, and then like he also lost his dog. And that's just rough, man. I really feel for him, I do. Like, I love you to death, Kyle, man. Like I feel for him, I do. I really do. And he lives like less than an hour away from me too, so that's even harder, right? I feel like I really but I'm not that close with him, right? Like I'm not that tight with him. We're not like best buddies. So I mean, I put a word in and whatnot, right? And encouraged him to like, be well and check out him and whatnot and all that. But he's a grown man. He'll be fine. And he's busy. This is like, I think this is like his heavy, like part of his like tax season and whatnot in his job is around this this time period. But hey, you know what? At the end of the day, I've got nothing but respect and props and like real true like appreciation for the reality that I watch all the time and whatnot, and the fact that I do get to talk myself personally, vocally, to all these creators, all these guests myself. That's how this works, right? Like every single person you see come on here, they've spoken to me before, right? They've spoken to me before privately. We've talked. And that's not a litmus test kind of deal or whatever, right? It's not like a strategy. It's not like a rite of passage or whatever bullshit. It's really just overall, it's just a logical, practical type of thing, because at the end of the day, collaborating is a important thing to me, right? And I don't see it as like an extension of overall my caring for people or whatever, or me being one that cares for others. I care about the bleeding edge. I care about being a creator, a content creator. I care about the time I put into it, right? I'm almost at 5 years now in content creation here soon, right? And I'm very thankful and very humbled to have, like, had that time, right? It's meant a lot to me. It's my life, right? I've met a lot of great people because of it, right? A lot of good friends that I still talk to, that I still, that are still around years later, right? From day one that I still talk to. They're in my phone. I have their numbers. They randomly call me or text me here and there. I hear from them like every, once every couple months or 6 months or 1 year, every year or shit. Some of you have seen some of them. Jasmine, right? My little brother. He's been on, I think, 4 or 5 times now. 3 or 4 times now. I met him on Rizzle when it was called Rumble. Back almost 5 years ago, when he was like 17 years old, I think, and he was like, he's still a kid to me, right? He'll always be a kid. That's why I call my little brother. I call my little brother like on the phone. I say, "Hey, little brother, what's up?" But I call him Jasmine too, right? But I love that kid to death, man. I do. And he's fucking good people, man. I'm very proud of him. I'm very happy for him. He threw me off in shopping the other day and whatnot, right? Because I've known him for a long time, and he's always been in college, right? And when I met him, he hadn't gone to college yet, right? And then he graduated, and of course now he obviously, commonsensically, now he's at work. Now he's working, right? Now he's a full-time employee at like a big company and whatnot, right? That he connected with during his education, right? You know how that goes, right? He knew during his the second 2 years of his degree that that's where he was going after graduation. Well, that's where he is, right? And I'm not going to reveal any of the actual stuff, pertinent personal stuff or whatnot. But overall, at the end of the day, it really kind of threw me off a little bit and whatnot, right? Because I've known him for so long, right? As a kid, in college, that I went to I was talking to him and went to automatically instinctively recommend to him on the phone and text that we talk I call him at a certain time later on that day or that evening. That would normally always be a time where he'd be free. And for one thing, he's over in California, so he's in the Pacific time zone, not Eastern like I am, right? So he's 3.5 hours behind me. But I forgot he has a job. He works till 6 p.m. every day over there, right? I was like, oh shit, that's right, man. Damn, you're grown, bruh. You know what I'm saying? You're a man. You're over here fucking holding it down now, right? Busting out 55, 60-hour weeks and shit, which you should be doing anyway. Motherfucker's young and energetic, and why not? But no, hats off. Shout out to everybody out there, right? Honestly, we love all of you that support Bleeding Edge. We're very, very thankful. Cyber is, right? He doesn't express that kind of stuff much during the shows and whatnot. I promise you, between me and him, he constantly, always mentions and brings up, during our bullshit session / production meetings or whatever you want to call them, where we plan things together while we're also busting balls and talking shit, right? And making fun of Captain Bree and shit and whatnot, and Ironheart all the time. That he's just very happy and very pleased and very appreciative, right? to know that that people support what we do. You know, and down the road, right? The bottom line is there will be a down the road. And that's all that matters. Like, right? It doesn't matter what else, right? What else do I have to say, right? It's the never-ending story, baby. You know, the bleeding edge forever. Nah. So look, bottom line here. Let me see. I don't really have any. I didn't set this up, so I don't really have much lighting in here, unfortunately. So, anyways, bottom line, like I said, I love my family, right? I'm very thankful for that. I am. I'm happy to be here. I have very nice space, right? I don't pay like a crazy amount of rent or anything to my family, my parents, and whatnot for like where I live. My dog Dodge with me, right? So like he's there too. And you know, in general, you know, I like living with my family, right? It's nice to be close to them. You know, and in reality, basically, you know, I guess that I almost get so hyper focused sometimes, especially like as I've been feeling better, right? As I've kind of like had a rough spot and then bounced back, and I'm starting to recover from it and work with someone to help me with it. And kind of get me back on track with my sleep schedule to where I can have my normal energy and like, you know, feel more clarity, right? And not be sort of so, you know, I guess procrastinative and whatnot at times, and so absent-minded or scatterbrained or whatever as I can be when I don't sleep. Well, I don't have that feeling as much now. I'm getting more, you know, more clear, having more clarity as I go week by week, month by month, right? As I start to sleep every night and whatnot regularly, more and more, right? I still have insomnia. I mean, unfortunately, it doesn't just go away. But you keep fighting, right? You push forward. And at the end of the day, though, look, so now, again, I'm not like everybody else, right? You know, and you aren't either. But at the end of the day, I do appreciate, right, everything in my life, all of it. Everything I have, I appreciate it and whatnot. I'm thankful for it. To everyone, to God, to everybody, my family, everything. To life itself, to the world. And so either way, though, I was so down and like so out of it. And like so like on autopilot at one point, like when that rough patch of insomnia hit me, that I couldn't even think straight, right? Like, I couldn't even imagine my future at that point. I didn't feel like I had one almost. Not because I was like, you know, wanting anything bad to happen to me or anything like that. I thought it was like that, but I was struggling so bad, I couldn't even imagine a future at that point. It wasn't possible for me. Well, that's not there anymore. I don't feel that way anymore, right? That has swung the other direction. And so either way, though, please don't like think too less of me because of the sloppiness and like the all over places of this garage space here. Basically, the way that my parents' big ass like, you know, area here, if you want to call it here in Florida, the amount of land they have a lot for down here, honestly. Right? Compared to like where I grew up in upstate New York, where like they have acres. Like basically, this used to be almost like a mother-in-law suite, right? And you can see why. It's very wide. It's a big space. It's wide open, just like my room, like a studio apartment type area. And essentially, right, like my dad came to me, right, and said, you know, hey, you know, me and Mom, you know, want to try to help you out and do something nice for you and whatnot, and help you, you know, help you have a spot where, you know, we know you want to have like another studio area to have and set up and whatnot, right in the garage. Because at one point, you know, years ago, I used to have an area, a studio that was set up back here, right? I have Wi-Fi out here, extended and whatnot. And I used to record out here, right? And then do some amateur photography and stuff like that. I had some backgrounds. You know, this is where I keep a lot of my bigger equipment and all that. Either way, he said to me, you know, my dad said to me, well, we were thinking like, you know, that, you know, in the past we had ideas about maybe put up a wall here, that AC off that part of the garage, right? And make it more of an actual living space. Well, we're going to do it now. And so at that point, they were like, my dad's like, hey, you know, I mean, basically look like, you know, and he's very right about this. The way my room is set up, it's just my room, my bed, and there's like not a couch in there. There's no, you know, I don't have any like comfortable sitting for people to like sit and hang out. It is kind of weird, right? I mean, I do have like 2 male friends down here, like, when they come over, like I have chairs for them and shit and whatnot, but it's not like a chill place. You know, so at that point, in this area here, like, basically, long story short, I know this is like nothing to you probably, just, a garage, but I see potential, right? And bottom line, we're going to AC this. This area over here is going to be like a very bare bones, right? Nothing crazy, basic studio area for me, right? There's a small little area where I'm actually going to use a green screen and shit and whatnot. It's like cyber and all that, probably every other show, right? Change it up. I'll decorate the wall, besides that. But I like to decorate, I do. But something very, very simple, right? Or maybe I might go with like more of a like a low lighting look or like approach like to the area, right? If I don't go green screen, it'll be like a dark, with like a small, focus light right close to me, and then everything else black kind of type deal, like Jesse Starcher does from like Religion Broadcasting. Love you, Jesse. Love you, Mark. Oh, by the way, folks, too, do not hesitate, please, to go and check out me guesting and co-hosting with Mark Rutledge, right? My good friend, veteran content creator, someone I look up to, and I'm very respectful of, right? And respect him and the time he's put into like podcasting. Either way, Mark was so kind, to me and whatnot. Everything is so giving to me, right? And like I guess sort of sees me as like almost something to mentor probably in content creation in a way, which I think is a gift and a compliment to me in a way, right? That he would even view me that way personally. I do. I feel very humbled by it and very thankful, for anyone to feel that way about me. But either way, like through that, right? Mark created a show called the Whiskey Rebellion podcast that's on the Religion Broadcasting Network on Sprecher. That's their home podcasting base. They have a YouTube channel. And so the Whiskey Rebellion, we've done, I think, 3 shows, either 2 or 3, I think. Our next one, we don't do them live. They're recorded. They're on the W2Mnet, .com network. W2M network is on YouTube. They also have a podcast. You can find the shows, The Whiskey Rebellion. I'm a co-host. I'm very thankful for that. I was shocked when I saw my first description on there and realized they made me a special guest co-host. That's very nice of you, Mark. Thank you. But yeah, it's cool. It's different than the Bleeding Edge, right? Like, for one thing, it's all men, right? Our last show was 5 of us, 5 guys. And we talk about a lot of more like serious, like, I guess like real life, like current, right? Like present day type shit. We talk about and discuss articles that are current. Basically, that's all we really do. Videos, news that's not too heavy. That's more like comical or special, like interest kind of, that's funny or interesting or whatever. But like last episode, right? Our last show, we covered a article that was like ranking the 20 best all-time war movies. And Mark sort of like summarized it, and then we all discussed it and whatnot, and sort of gave our views on the rankings and whatnot, and then also dropped our picks. It was fun, right? It was fun. I mean, I'm not sure for the ladies like how great they would find it or whatever, right? But I can tell you right now, dudes out there, whatnot, you'll love it. It's cool. And as usual, I make it interesting, between Robert Cooper, right, and Andrew Graham, good people, right, and Jesse Starcher, all great, good people that have been in concentration for a lot longer than me, that are all over a Religion Broadcasting Network, that I all met through Mark, just like Alexis. Well, either way, the core of the show, I believe, is me, Jesse Starcher, Mark, and then Robert Cooper. And Robert Cooper has been doing reviews with Mark at Religion Broadcasting Network, among other like shows he's on Damn You Hollywood, and podcast. And that's actually where I started with Mark, right? Doing film reviews. That's how I met Robert. That's how I met Alexis. Then I met Jesse. Either way, I think our next episode is going to be recorded on May 3rd. So it'll be out like in the first week of May. The other part of last show, I think, was a article about right now, culturally and like societally, what a father needs to do or say or go about, doing or prepare, a son to be a man nowadays. Like what's required, I guess, right? Like, what's important right now, I guess, And that was interesting too, right? It was fun. It was interesting, and kind of serious, like kind of personal. I think everybody on there had a son except for Robert, right? That's a bad thing like that and whatnot, Robert. But no, it's a great show. Whiskey Rebellion podcast. I have fun on there, right? It's very nice to like change things up and whatnot, right? And like not have to be in a situation where you're responsible for anything but showing up, right? And then just contributing some quality, comments or opinions, right? Maybe throw some jokes here or there, like I always do on everybody's show, right? Throw some humor to shit. Bring some positive energy to the show, bring some energy, make things a little bit more entertaining, right? And have a good time, right? Try to just relax. It's nice to have those chances, right? I had fun with you guys. Don't get me wrong, I'm having fun right now. I'm walking around and shit, showing off the garage. But anyways, no. So basically, bottom line, to finish what I was saying, this part of the garage right here is going to get walled off, right? I'm going to like store and sell and like, and Goodwill, Old Salvation Army, anything that's like, not precious or like classic or old. Or that's my dad's stuff that like, he's had forever, for years, that's important to him. Of course, I'm not just going to throw everything away. There's not that much stuff here, right? And like overall, I'm going to put like, a mildly priced TV on the wall. I'm going to get some, couches to kind of circle the area, right? Nothing complicated. And put some posters up or whatever, right? And it's going to be like a social area. And so either way, now that I'm like feeling better, right? Part of the balance that like, that I'm starting to accept, wanting to like be motivated to go find and do, right? And commit to, that I'm seeing and grasping logically why I need, right? And like, for me, that's actually very invigorating. It makes me feel good. Because the fact that I'm even considering or thinking about or eternally like having a dialogue with myself about, again, a future, right? That is positive, right? That has things included with like something to look forward to even. Wow. Isn't that fucking crazy? Is that an interesting concept? No, I appreciate that shit. I like it. It's nice. So it just took me a while, right? I guess to like grasp to myself, like I guess, because of my state sort of. Like, oh shit, you know what I mean? Like, hey, this area here is just a, a garage type deal or whatever. But guess what? It's to me, I see potential. I see opportunity, right? I see friendships, right? I see socialization, right? I see a way to hang out with people and whatnot and have fun, right? And not have to drive anywhere, so I can drink or whatever and whatnot. I don't have to worry about it, right? Right? There's a lot of things I can do, And also, at that point, I think what I'll probably end up doing is I'm going to start trying to make more of an effort to actually start recording more and doing more content that's actually done where I'm actually recording with people physically with them in person. That's going to be one of my goals, I think, down the road to do more of is content where whether it's on the bleeding edge or if I have to start another YouTube channel or whatever, go on another platform or something, I don't know, whatever. However, I have to make it work, right? So it doesn't affect the bleeding edge or rub off on it negatively or affect cyber or the guest or anything like that and whatnot, which I'm very, conscious of and don't want to hurt or impact with anything, I probably will do something where maybe in this space, I'll incorporate sort of a almost like a group discussional kind of deal where it's similar to what we do on the bleeding edge, but that's live, but with people in person, right? Face to face sort of. I've sort of just started putting some feelers out about it and whatnot. I have, but I'm very realistic and very not cautious, but I'm very slow and really believe deeply in really taking my time and being patient. And sort of slowly and consistently doing research about these sort of things, right? Projects, new shows, concepts, whatever, with content creation, right? And then kind of letting them formulate, right? And letting them get to a point where I feel right an internal sensation that I'm ready, right, or that I'm ready to go ahead and go active with it and launch it, right, and let it roll. That I have something locked down where I have an idea for it, right, and I'm good. And I've covered my bases to at least some extent to where, I have a basic concept, or I can grasp a basic concept of what I'm doing with it, the content, the show, the topics, the guests, whatever, the format, platform, to where I'm comfortable, right? And I know, what the deal is, what I can say, what I can't, what the rules are, blah, blah. What's going to affect monetization, what's not, right? All that crap that you got to deal with, all the intangibles I deal with myself, not Cyber. That's okay, Cyber. I love you, brother. Believe me, but you give the bleeding edge, there's more than I ever could ask you for, brother. More than I ever could have wanted. I'm very thankful for you, man. I'm very thankful for you. And do me a favor, folks. Please jump over to Cyber Shark on his YouTube channel. It is the Cyber Shark, of course. That's all he is, right? He's on everything, every fucking platform there is in history. In every country, it's a straight cybernetic shark, right? Very easy to find. Get him to 1,000 subs, right? He deserves it. Shit, right? Come on now. I think he's almost at 700 now, if he hasn't already surpassed it. Geez, he only needs 300 more. Come on now. As many views as we get on YouTube and whatnot and everything, right? On other platforms like Facebook, especially now that we have our own Facebook page again on Facebook that actually has our lives on it. Wow, isn't that nice? Oh, you have no idea how long that took. Have fun dealing with fucking Facebook and StreamYard and Restream and all that crap and whatnot. When you start having issues with that crap, actually getting your stuff on there on Facebook is tough sometimes. When there's a problem, there's someone to talk to. Anyway, so that's not your problem, folks. It's mine. But no. So either way, bottom line, I wanted to show you this as a spot, right? Basically, I guess sort of as like a, I guess, I don't know, a way to sort of let you guys in a little bit, right? I like recording. I like living. I do. It's not a part of our format or our structure at all of our shows for me to just go for 4 or 5 hours or whatever. Like, I mean, honestly, if I was driven in content at all by stats or whatever, right? Or by nothing but business, right? Nothing but trying to monetize everything and trying to mold and like curate or strategically do everything in a way where I'm trying to build an earning potential that's multi-layered, right? And multifaceted, multi-platformed on everything I do, that kind of mindset. I couldn't do it, right? It's not how I work. I'm not that kind of person. I don't see life that way, right? I've never viewed a job that way. And I can't make content that way. It's just not how I am. And that's fine. Like, right? Look, I don't have any problem with or have nothing bad to say about no dude or no woman out there or whatnot, getting after it and shit, grinding and making money and shit, hustling and content creation. Legit straight to make some fucking money. Yo, listen, get after it, yo. Get after it. Get after it. I wish them the best. I hope they kill it and make that money, man. If that's what they're after it, good for them. There's worse fucking intentions and worse goals to have and reasons to make content than that, I think, right? Hey, listen. The day I'm not a capitalist is a day I don't want to be in America anymore. I don't deserve to be here anymore. Right? I don't want to know that Jeff. Right? The Marxist Jeff, I don't think I want to know him. Or the one that actually believes in shit like socialism, right? Or like fucking, fucking, concepts like fucking, an income or like some sort of like, expensive, like some sort of like societal, I don't know, monthly check just for being fucking existing or whatever, or being a human being. Whatever the fuck whatever they're labeling it or calling it, I don't believe in that crap. I don't want to. It's not economically feasible. The whole premise of that whole crap is just, that's why I don't even know how to describe it. The whole premise, the whole whatever. It makes no sense. It's not logical. Any real economist that's not like corrupt or like being paid, right? Or a hack would tell you in 5 minutes that there is no economic system out there known to man throughout history that's provided more wealth, right, over such a quick period of time, okay, and increased individual wealth, right, so rapidly, and consistently across the entire society, right, across the entire country, than capitalism that's ever occurred in history. There's nothing else to compete with. That's it. It's that simple. There's nothing. And again, I'm not trying to, go out again. Look, this is not left and right here, folks. This is just facts. All right. Economics happens to be something that I know a lot about. And again, it's not political with that shit. It's just pure numbers, right? Like when I talk about Disney and shit and whatnot, and Marvel Studios and budgets and financials, and Disney stock value dropping the way it did last year, and all that. It's a part of the game. It's a part of the what we do. Inform, entertain, right, and fucking get after it, baby. Bleeding edge. Anyways, folks, listen. It is let's see here. Shit, 11:30, right? I think it's a good time to get off. I want to spend some time with Dodge. He's probably got to go out and go potty, and he's more likely to go do that if I'm out here, right? Right, and I'm active, and he knows I'm doing a show, right? Like I've been doing this for so long now that he knows I'm recording right now. He gets it. He knows what's going on. I don't know if he knows I'm recording, but he knows I'm doing a show, right? Because that's how I say it to him. So he knows, right? As soon as I get done, right, and I stop talking, he'll get up and whatnot and want to do shit in a bone or whatever. Because it's a routine for him, for us, right? It's our routine. And I like that. It's good. It's a good feeling knowing that, right? I like being a content creator. I love being a part of the Bleeding Edge. I'm proud to be the creator of the Bleeding Edge. I am. I'm proud of it. And I'm very thankful to everybody out there and whatnot. I mean, shit. I think we're almost at 15,000 subscribers as of today, or tomorrow we'll be at 50,000, I think, probably. Well, who knows? Right? You never know. But I think when I looked earlier this morning, we were at 14.9, and sometimes before in the past, I don't look at the stuff. I don't look at our analytics all the time at all with any regularity. Cyber looks more than I do, to be honest with you. Sometimes he surprises me and tells me stuff, and I'm like, oh shit, really? Because he actually does look at that stuff. He does, right? And he has access to everything. He can get on everything, right? Everything is wide open between me and Cyber. I don't hide anything from him. He has access to the ability to get on every single fucking platform and app we have, right? Every tool we have, right? And if he doesn't have access to it, it's my fault. I should have given it to him already, right? Or given him the new information or whatever. That's how it should be, right? He's my co-host, right? And he's one of my best friends, and I love the guy to death. You couldn't ask for a better co-host than Cybernetic Shark, I can tell you right now. Or work with anybody better. Right? He's a great guy, great man, great husband, great friend, and a great moderator, right? Great host. And a very, very, very good individual content creator who I enjoy and appreciate very much. I always have. Right? I didn't bring him out of the Bleeding Edge or whatnot, right? Because I thought the word Cybernetic Shark, the name Cyber was dope, so dope that I was like, oh shit, Cyber? Fuck, I better bring him in. No. I'd known him for a while at that point. I'd known Cyber for a minute. I met him on Rizzle, just like Jassim. So I've known Cyber for a while. We've been friends for a minute. And that's probably why at the end of the day, again, we can plan, and schedule and figure out between me and him, 2 months worth of shows, right? And topics and TV series we might want to do or whatever, whatnot, right? We could do all that, right? In 15, 20 minutes, right? In a bullshit session, right? We don't actually have any professional business meeting. We never had a professional meeting before. We don't operate like that. And I don't want us to, right? I like our process. I like it. I do. If it ever gets to a point where we have to evolve that process, we will, right? But in the meantime, the way we do it is good. I like it. It's loose, right? It's fun. It's relaxed, right? And I think it's positive, and it helps, and it keeps us in a place where we don't ever need to ever get to a spot in our path, right? In our dynamic, in our partnership, in our friendship, in our collaboration together, our personal collaboration. Because that's how I see it in a way, right? Being co-host of a show like this is a collaboration, right? It's all a collaboration in a way, right? Right, and at that point, I feel that Cyber and I could very easily, and we will eventually help. It'll happen. I mean, hey, look, I'm going to go ahead and print our first business cards here, like probably next week, right? And like at that point, we'll have them. He'll have them, and I'll have them. And we'll be putting them out and handing them out. And shit, I'll tell you right now, I'm at a point right now with the Bleeding Edge where, the reason why that's happening is because the more that I'm feeling better, I'm out, I bought a car, I'm out driving, I'm going places and whatnot in public, I'm actually going to stores, talking to people. People talk back, right? Like, they want to hear about the Bleeding Edge. When I mention it, they want to hear that I'm a content creator. They want to know what my YouTube channel is. They go on their phone, they pull it up, right? They subscribe in front of me, right? They say, hey, what time's your show? Like, I'll watch, right? I'll write it down. And in those spots, right? Obviously, it would be nice to have a business card, right? It'd be helpful. Really, it would really genuinely help me and Cyber and the Bleeding Edge organically, right? Like in real life terms with other human beings in person, network, right? Which would be a new level for us. We've never done that really. And it's fun. It's all positive. It's all good, right? It's all fun and challenging and interesting, right? It's all work, right? It all means more research and more learning and more reading and watching tutorials and whatever. But that's part of the deal, right? That's why it's a long-term game. But anyways, folks, listen, I just want to thank all of you very much again for, just supporting us at the end of the day, right? There's no way around using the word fans at some point, right? Like, I view it that way to some part, to some degree. But at the end of the day, though, I like to see it more of like, y'all are like an extension of like the family, right? Like you're part of the Bleeding Edge in a way too, just on a different side of it. You know what I mean? And I feel that like if you're with us, right, consistently at all, and you check us out for a while, for a couple of weeks, you'll end up wanting to be a part of that family, right, and to join that atmosphere that we have here, right, or at least to respect it. I'd hope and appreciate it, right, that we do things live for a reason. It's not because we're lazy, right? It's because I believe in authenticity and sort of Cyber, and at the point that I knew that I wanted the Bleeding Edge to be about having, live stream discussionally based or themed type shows, right, that were multiple hours long, 2 hours, to 3 hours long, probably initially. That was my plan, which is about what we do. And at that point, as while I was planning this, 2 years ago now plus, right, I was like, well, you know what? I want everything live, right? Like we'll use recorded video when we have to for reactions and shit like that or whatnot. But otherwise, I want everything live, right? Because to me, right, it just seems very natural to me, and I feel as if almost that, I'm not trying to pander anybody or to anyone or any individual group or something, right? But I believe that that there are people out there that still appreciate authenticity, right? And that are capable and are able to tell, like I can, and Cyber can, right? Like I think probably a lot of you do, that there's a lack of it right now, I think, right? Overall, currently, societally. Not with everybody individually, right? I'm talking about widespread. Overall, right, in general, there is a lack of authenticity in a lot of different areas of our lives, especially in media, right, in entertainment, in things we consume electronically, on TV, right, online. A lot of it, more and more as we evolve technologically, right, and become more and more reliant on the internet, right, and are more and more able and free to express opinions, okay, and essentially, exercise our free speech in ways where these platforms, these social media platforms, almost become like a shield, right? To some extent, where people can just like be different people, right? They're fake as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, seriously, like, it's not just the youth. Like, guys in general these days are getting weak. Right? They're getting weak. They're getting soft. overall. I'm not talking about just the kids. Right? And there's younger guys out there that I've met in content creation and shit and whatnot, and in life too, that are 18, 19, 20, 22, 23. They're not like that. They're not all like that. Some of them, I respect them. Like, I can tell from talking to them and whatnot, they're not like, they're not little bitches, right? If I said the wrong thing to them, they would fucking stand up for themselves. But most of these young dudes wouldn't, right? They go walk away or call the cops and shit. But yet when they come on here and they go on Twitter and they go on Facebook and shit and whatnot, all of a sudden they're Jean-Claude Van Damme and shit, right? They're saying things from fucking action movies and shit and whatnot, like quoting Arnold Schwarzenegger and shit to me and whatnot, and like other people. And I'm like, what? Like, yo, what the fuck is going on with you, man? And like, it's not just, of course, men, it's women too, but like, basically we're at a place where a lot of people are almost living like a virtual life in a way, right? Like a duality where they're almost like different people online, or like whether behind that shield, right? Compared to where they are in real life, socially, or work, with family, with people, with friends, with a wife, whatever, or boyfriend. That sort of dichotomy where you have that separation internally as an individual, I don't believe that is overall generally very positive for society. And it's certainly not very positive at all when it comes to the sort of evolution or maturity throughout a person's life that I see as beneficial to society itself, right, as a whole, and to the individual as well, as a mutual type of situation, right, a mutually beneficial type deal. I feel that that type of duality, right, where you're that kind of way, like you're fractured that way, right, or you're representing yourself differently off and on, it only is going to foster and create more and more and more dishonesty, right? And people who deeply lack basic life experience from a social standpoint, okay? To where at that point, again, I'm not trying to get that deep with this, but I think a lot of you know where I'm going with this. I don't see that as good, is my point overall for any of us. I don't. It has nothing to do with politics or ideology or anything like that at all. It's not about left and right. I don't care. In general, some of this stuff is above politics, right? It boils down to human nature and the basic concepts of humanity itself. The basic core aspects of how society should function. And why one functions or works or doesn't, or collapses. And so at that point, I'm less concerned about like our constitutional rights, for instance, than I am about, people becoming fucking sheep, right? Right? Like us becoming fucking extinct as a race, like as a human being, as a species, right? That's not good, man, to be thinking that way. I don't think at all. But hey, folks, look, this was, of course, the highbrow, intellectual area, or hour, or whatever, the bleeding edge, right? Which I'll never be doing again. And again, this was my personal first installment in my, in my Jeff S, aka True Knowledge, humble to be creator and host of the MCU'S Bleeding Edge YouTube channel podcast diary that I'm going to have for y'all, right? So you can connect with me on a more feminine, male feminist, She-Hulk-esque, Jessica Gao style type, connection, right? You feel me? Like my hero, Chloe Zhao, right? You know what I'm talking about. The GOAT, baby, the GOAT, anyways, folks, look, be easy, okay? All right? Have a good week, all right? And do me a favor. I'm not a big plugger, but hey, subscribe to the YouTube channel, okay? I know that I'm behind with the podcast, right? But I'll get it back, all right? And we got one, okay? So, hey, you know what? Next time you're hanging out on Apple Podcasts or Google Podcasts or whatever, Spotify or whatever, do me a favor. Follow us real quick, all right? Write a review for us, okay? Say something positive. Let it, just give us some feedback. Be like, hey, you know what? The MCU'S Bleeding Edge is cool, man. Yeah, I like it. Good. It's cool. Cyber and Jeff are cool, man. They're good people. The guests are good, right? It's nice to see all the balance with the women and how everyone on the show's not white, right? Nah, I'm just joking. But no, seriously, like we don't have any reviews. It'd be nice to have some, And hey, never be afraid or or nervous or not enthused to want to participate in the comment session. Please, we love it. We like participating. We like going back and forth. But either way, folks, look, I will see you, of course. I guess probably tomorrow night. Hey, guess what? Tomorrow. Because it's not midnight yet. Monday evening, right? What is it? The 20th, I think, right? Is it? Let me see. Yeah, the 20th, 9:35 p.m. Eastern. You already know it. This is 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm doing the first of our Monday shows tomorrow night that I'll moderate, right, consistently, just like Sundays. And I believe for the most part, for the first month or so, the first 30-day period or so, month and a half, before Cyber and I flush out how we want the Monday show to fit into our sort of, rotational sort of schedule that we have, right? Where we kind of just, have our spots, every 2 or 3 months or whatever, whatnot. We're wrapping up Disney Plus series, or Marvel stuff, right? And, switching over to this TV series or that TV series as we're evolving and growing, right? And covering different stuff and doing different, reviewing different types of series that are more serious or dramatic from different studios, like HBO, right? Or from Netflix or whatever, Amazon, right? With the Rings of Power. At that point, of course, I love Cyber to death and whatnot and everything. He's busy, right? And he does care about his individual content. He puts a lot of time into it and effort into it. And I respect that and appreciate that. And he knows that. And I'm very, again, I'm very non-demanding with him, not non-demanding with him in terms of the fact that I am cognizant of it, right? I'm a little bitch or whatever, whatnot, right? If there was an issue, I'd say something about it, ever. But at the end of the day, there are none. That's why Summer's so dope as a co-host. There's never been an issue between me and him. We never had one, right? If we do, we just end up laughing about it anyway. But either way, though, Cyber's great. Okay, he's awesome. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel, right? I'm not asking you to subscribe to us, right? We'll be okay in general. But do me a favor, go subscribe to Cyber. I want to see that dude get to 1,000 subs, man. I really do. I care deeply about him. Honestly, I told him before, I'm more excited, I think, for his 1,000 subs than he is. I am. I'm blown up about it, right? I can't wait for it, I pay attention to his subscriber count more during the week than I do to ours. I do. I have for the last 2 or 3 months. I have. I'm not hyper focused on it, but I feel a sense of a desire to support my friend, right, and my fellow creator, right, and I respect Cyber a lot, and I appreciate and I'm very thankful for the long-term friendship and dynamic we've had together, right, our journey together. There'd be no MCU'S Bleed Against without Cybernetic Sharp. Okay, it's that simple. It would not exist, right? My life would not be as good as it is, right? I would not be where I'm at personally right now, individually. We would not have gotten as far as we've gotten without him. It would have never happened ever in any reality. I may not vocalize it very much, all that and whatnot, and all that, right? I think a lot of people out there already get it and know that I am very thankful. I do care very, very deeply. I do care a lot about the guests, right? I do. I'm very appreciative of them. I am. And when I don't like somebody, you could tell, I think, right? It's very obvious, right? It's rare, but you could tell. I don't hide it, right? I'm not a pussy, right? And I'm not a backstabber, and I'm not the type to talk about people behind their back. I'll just say it to their face, right? Unless I believe that it will just end up, spiraling into something that I don't want to happen. At that point, in reality, for the most part, I just in general do like to see, overall, creators supporting other creators. I believe in it. I do. I'm not talking about some sort of socialized content creation or whatever. or some shit, right? Or like, I'm not suggesting we start like having a union or some shit. I think that would be kind of like defeat the whole concept of it, but of the individual's nature of it that I care about. But overall, though, I think that it's important to support other creators. It is. If you're the type of creator that cares about basic concepts of content creation that involve personal things, that involve the ethical aspects, or like the the business aspects or the collaborative aspects of how you treat other creators, for instance. And those are things that you can only like really learn about, right? Or have an opinion from someone else on, or get advice on, if you meet another creator, right, like me, who has more experience in this game than you do, right, who's willing to give it, right, and be honest about it, and care, And I do, and I care about those things. I do those things. I do. I just don't shout it off rooftops or tell anybody, really. Right? Helping people's not about that. It's not. But either way, folks, listen. God bless all of you. Okay. I don't mean to offend anybody by that, but God bless everybody out there, right? God bless your families. Please be safe. All right. Keep on supporting us, okay? And hey, guess what? Who knows when, but one of these nights, I'll be on you and I'll be like, hey, guess what, folks? We support you. We appreciate your support, and thank you for getting us 100,000 subscribers. It's coming. It's down the road, right? It's there, right? It's real. It's tangible. It's a question of time, right? How long will it take? Right? I guess we'll see. Cyber and I had different opinions on that, and I'm a little bit more not pessimistic, but realistic in those regards, I guess, right? And less reliant on analytics, I guess, right? Than on my gut, and my overall view of my own opinion towards content creation, where a lot of it is just very much about patience, right? Unless you're flash in the pan, right? Or you're that good, or you're that talented, or you have a niche that you just excel in, right? Where you kill it. Anyways, folks, again, take care, okay? Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. If you're in the Eastern time zone, enjoy your last 7 minutes. And then enjoy your Monday, which I'll see you on the bleeding edge for the first time. Peace! Oh, shit, that was going to be a hardcore, awkward silence and whatnot, because I forgot I'm on the phone. Now I got to try to figure out how to fucking even pull up an outro. Come on now, StreamYard. Come on. Let's go, baby. What up? Give me some settings here. Oh, shit. There's my widescreen view. Oh, there we go. I got it. Hey, look at that. How illuminating is that shit? Damn. That's a game changer. No, not share screen. I don't want that shit. Come on now. Yeah, unfortunately, these there are some detractments to actually doing this on a cell phone. There are. StreamYard is not made or built for this at all. They don't have an app. You're not going to find one. You have to go to the website to do this, and it's not really user friendly at all. That's why I don't do it very often. Come on now. Yes, folks. That's right. This is amateur hour, just to be clear. It happens to the best of us, right? There we go. I got it. All right, folks. Peace out. We'll see you next time, okay? Be good. Don't forget. Next Friday, next week. I believe it's the 4th and the 5th of April. We're doing the first installment of our ranking of all of the MCU releases that came out, all 9 of them, including Morbius, of 2022. 2 shows, 2 Fridays, big panel. Can't wait. Lots of people from the past. It'll be a blast from the past. Ranking show special. 2 installments, baby. See you then. Gotta love this shit, man. I'm telling you. Come on now. The hell, man.
Really, y'all don't